welcome everybody out to the big Thursday flash sale. And woo-wee, is it going to be a big time here out on the Bid on Skids live auction floor. And let me tell you, folks, we got a boatload of awesome items. Lifetime 44-inch backboards, big old 68-inch outdoor ceiling fans. Man, we got what it's going to take to keep you cool this summer season, all season long today, folks. Look at that. Look at the 10 by 10 tents. Look at the hose reels. Look at the tons of premium stuff we got here. ACs on the floor today, inversion machines. Folks, I'm seeing tons of outdoor equipment. Like, look at the size of this big old Coleman tent. I'm talking about you put the whole family and the in-laws in that tent. This is going to be a big sale today. And let me tell you, folks, we getting jam up, excited about bringing you our special rug sale this Saturday, starting at 10 a.m. I know y'all been asking for it. Rug sale. And boy, we are piling them up. And they're going to start at 10 a.m. on Saturday. And then at 11, we'll roll into our Saturday flash sale. Our normal flash sale at 11 o'clock as usual, but at 10 a.m. you want to be on the Facebook or the YouTube channel where we will kick off the live rugs extravaganza. I'm talking about tons and tons of premium rugs for 1 hour. I'm going to be bringing you the best deals in the Southeast on beautiful handmade rugs from everybody, from Karastan to Threshold to Thomasville, folks. It's going to be a nice big old sale this Saturday starting at 10 a.m. So make sure you go to Bid on Skids and click the reminder so you don't forget about that sale this Saturday. Remember, special sale on rugs for 1 hour or till they're gone, and then we will bust right over into our individual item sale. It'll be a seamless event this time. There'll be no downtime between. So remember, you don't want to miss it. It's gonna be awesome. And remember, if you haven't already seen it, go out to bidonskids.com. That's bidonskids.com, where we got 24/7 bidding going on beautiful sectional sofas, beautiful rugs, beautiful outdoor items, refrigerators, ACs, televisions, you name it, folks. It's on there. Tons and tons of awesome stuff. So who we got out there in TV land this morning? We got April Miller saying good morning. We got Rosie Costa saying sell it. Adam Random Mills is giving the big hey, and a sell it. We got Ruby Dixon in saying sell it, and Brianna Mills giving us a hey, and asking to sell it. Who else we got out there in TV land this morning? Who's ready to get this party started? Let me hear from you out there. And remember, share this broadcast on your Facebook page, because sharing is caring, and we want to be having these live flash sales for many sales to come. So make sure to share, because sharing is caring. So we got Billy Freeman out there, and Shauna Gregg saying sell it. We got Sean Grant out there saying sell it. Donna Curvin Craddock out there saying sell it. We got Sheena out there saying sell it. We got Miss Greg out there saying sell it. Who else we got out there this morning? Let me hear you. And remember, share. So if y'all ready, without further ado, let's get this party started right here, right now. Here we go. Folks, let's get it going. Let's get it going. The sales maker is making her way to the floor.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. We are ready to get going this morning. We are on DJ1. DJ1. Our first item is the kennel. We have a dog kennel. This is for our larger four-legged babies. Can I get an opening bid of 25? We're going to keep our large babies in here, but if you've got a couple of smaller ones that medium to large, they'll fit in this. This is the easiest way to take them to the vet, easiest way to take them on vacation with you. Put them in the kennel, put them in the back seat, and keep them safe and keep them comfy. There it is, guys. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me 25 to keep our babies comfortable? We have a 25 from Stephanie Peoples. Can I get a 30? Can I get a 30? Now 30. Now 30, 30. Who's going to go 30? Who's going to go 30? I need to see a 30. Let's go 30. Keep those babies comfortable. Keep them safe. We have a bid of 30 from Casey Smith. Can I get a 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me a 35? 35, 5, 35, 35. Who's going to give me that 35? We have a 35 from Stephanie Peoples. Now 40, now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Can I get a 40? Now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? This is normally $90, guys, and you're not paying shipping. Who's going to give me that 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40. Like I said, you can put your large babies in here. Put your medium babies in here. Put your mediums and your smalls in here. This is plenty of room. It does have the locking front door or gate. I like calling them front doors. It's large enough to put one of the dog mats, one of the nice little dog beds inside. Keep them comfortable. Keep them happy so they're not stressed out when you take them to the vet or when you take them on vacation. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40. Yep. We're going to throw up our timer, guys. I'm ready to get moving. We have got a lot of stuff to show you today, and I am excited about it. Our timer is counting down. Can I get a 40 before the timer runs out? I'm looking for a 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, 40, now. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40 to keep our four-legged babies safe and stress-free? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Sold to Stephanie Peoples for 35. We are now on to DJ2. DJ2. Now, guys, this is an open box microwave. It is a Magic Chef. It is clean on the inside. I know it's dusty on the out. I did not dust it off before I moved it out here. It is clean. It is untested. I did not hook it up this morning. Who's going to give me a 25? Let's get it started with a 25. This is a black Magic Chef microwave. It is clean on the inside. Who's going to give me a 25 to start? Looking for a 25? Looking for a 25. This is for the black Magic Chef microwave. It is clean on the inside, so it has not been used, but it is an open box. any of these numbers on the back helpful to look it up, maybe? Or not? Okay. Just checking. Guys, I'm going to give about another 15 seconds. Honestly, Ruby, I do not know. That's why we were looking at the back just now. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out, is there any way that I might be able to put something in and it'll give you an idea? She's asking what size, and I'm trying to figure out how I can figure out the size. Oop. What size? All right, our front is telling me it's probably a 1.1 cubic foot. Can I get a 25? Can I get a timer? We're going to go ahead and throw our timer up, guys. Like I said, we've got so much here to show you today. If you want to get it, go ahead and get it. If it's too small for what you need, donate it or throw it up on Marketplace and resell it. Can I get a 25.5? Can I get a 25? Can I get a 25.25? I'm looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a 25.5? 25? 25.5? 25. No sale for DJ2. We are moving on to DJ3. DJ3. And this is for a Milwaukee foldable hand cart. It's the Milwaukee foldable hand cart. You can tell that it has not been used before because we've still got the twist ties on there. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25? These things are really nice to keep in your kitchen, keep in your garage. It folds up flat. You can hang it up on your wall. It's really great to be moving some of the lighter stuff. If you move a really, really big amp, it's going to bend the wheels, trust me. But it's good to be moving the smaller stuff. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25.5? 25? Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25.5? 25. You can never have enough of these things, guys. You can never have enough of these. Who's going to give me a 25.5? 25. I'm looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a 25? Wow, we really do have a lot of people. I'm scrolling through and looking at everybody where they said good morning. Can I get a 25 for the Milwaukee foldable hand cart? It's nice. Like I said, it's nice. You can keep one in your kitchen. Mine's all out in the garage. You can keep one in your kitchen. Nay, I'll take your 10. Who's going to give me a 15? Now 15, 15, now 15. Who's going to give me a 15? Who's going to give me a 15? I'm looking for a 15 for the Milwaukee foldable hand cart. Who's going to give me that 15? I'm looking for a 15. Looking for a 15. Trust me, guys, you know there's several times when you're moving stuff around your house that you're going to end up dragging it. Don't drag it. Roll it, push it up onto one of these. It's real easy to fold, unfold, pull the handle up, push whatever you're moving up onto the lip, lean back, and roll away. We have a 15 from Ruby Dixon. Thomas, if you want to bid, you need to preface the bid correctly. The item number, then your bid. Type in your item number, then your bid. We have a 20 from Sean Grant. Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25, 5, 25. Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. Please make sure that you put your bids in correctly. The item number, then your bid. Who's going to give me a 25? Timer, please. Still looking for a 25. These are really nice to have, guys. Now 25, 5, 25, 25. Now 25. Oh, Sean, we are on DG3. Thank you, guys. Put in your right number. Sean, DJ3. Then the $20. We've got our timer up. Come on, Sean. Sean, are you wanting to go 20? There. Stephanie Peoples is in at 20. Miriam Owens is in at 25. Sold to Miriam Owens for 25. Nene? Oh my goodness, y'all keep. This DJ3 is sold to Miriam Owens for $25. You are correct, Sean. Miriam, you did not put yours. You did not put it in correctly, hon. I am so sorry. Thank you guys for catching that. I was pulling my screen up bigger. DJ3 is sold to Sean Grant. She didn't put. Wait. Okay, well, that was a big old flub up there, guys. And before we move on, I'm going to make sure. Please make sure, because my screen is kind of small, and when I'm pulling it up, if I'm going fast, I'm not going to see it clearly. And I do thank you guys for catching that for me. I'm going to slow down a little bit so I can make my screen larger. But please make sure that you preface your bids correctly. Make sure you've got the D, the J, and then the number. And we'll get along just great. You guys are doing awesome. And like I said, thank you so much, guys, for catching that one for me. We are now on to DJ4. DJ4. And this is for the Dream On Me mattress. This is a Dream On Me mattress, crib mattress. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25? 25, 5, 25. Looking for a 25 for the Dream On Me mattress, crib mattress. We have a bid from Jessica McGee for 25. Can I get a 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. If you can't use it, put it on Marketplace. Get you a little bit of money in your pocket. Then you can come back on Saturday. What's today? Today's Tuesday? No, today is Thursday. Sell it Friday, come back Saturday, and you'll have a little bit more money to spend on Saturday's auction and get you a rug that you really, really want. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. I'm looking for a 30. I'm now looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Thirty-second timer, please. Put that timer up, guys. Putting that timer up. If you want something, I need you to bid and bid fast. You can't win if you don't bid. Who's going to give me a 20, a 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30? Looking for a 30? Sold to Stephanie Peoples for $30. We are now on to DJ5. DJ5. And this is a, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this. I think it's a Joyscope computer desk. It is 63 inches. 63-inch computer desk. There she goes. Oh, that was really nice, guys. I like the setup on that. So you got your monitor and your keyboard right there in front of you. You've got all your other stuff to the right, so you can easily reach over. If you're left-handed, might make it a little bit more difficult, but you might be able to move it down. I don't know for sure, but you might be able to move it to the other side. That way you've got your printer and everything right there within easy access. Who's going to start us off at 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25 for the 63-inch computer desk. We have a 25 from Beverly Singletary. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30. Looking for a 30. Now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? I'm looking for the 30. Looking at the pictures, guys, I don't think you can move that shelf over to the left. But that's okay. Lefties have always had to figure out new ways to do things. My dad was a lefty. He taught me how to do a lot of things. I tie my shoes left-handed and I shoot left-handed. Who's going to give me a 30? Who's going to give me a 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30? Who's going to give me that 30? I'm looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. We have a 35 from Robbie Allen. Thank you, Robbie, and welcome. I haven't seen your name before. Now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Now 40, 40. I'm looking for the 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. I'm looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. This is for the 63-inch computer desk with the wooden shelves. It is in black. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40. "30-second timer, please." Still looking for a 40, guys. This is a really, really nice desk to have. If you don't want to use it, if you can't use it in your office, that's okay. I'm sure there's another room in your house that you can use it in. If not, give it to a college-age student. Let them take it to college with them, or let them have a new workspace at home if they're doing it by online. Who's going to give me a 40, 40, now 40, now 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Sold to Robbie Allen for $35. Good job, Robbie. Thank you very much. We are now on to DJ6. DJ6. And this is your patio umbrella. It is in dark green. These are really great. We're going to need them this summer, guys. This is a 9-foot Sunny Glade patio umbrella. It's in dark green. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? This does not come with a stand. You can pick one of those up pretty much anywhere. But if you don't want to pick one up, you could probably put it in the ground or do like I've done before. I just took a 3-gallon bucket, filled it up with cement, stuck my pole right down in there, and it stayed. We have a bid of 25 from April Miller first. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Now 30. Billy, if you want it, I need to see a 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Keep that sun off of you guys this summer. We have a 30 from Billy Freeman. Now 35, 5, 35, now 35. Looking for a 35, 5, looking for a 35. Now 35, now 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. That dark green is a really, really nice color, guys. It's easy to keep clean. Just use your pressure washer on it. Get that dust and pollen off. There you go. You need one of these if you want to sit out, even if sit out in the evenings. Pull this puppy up. That's going to keep that pollen off of you. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Looking for a 35. April or Billy, can you go up $10 more? Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? I'm looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. 35, 5, now 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Keep the sun off of you guys. Trust me, you need it. It'll help keep you cool. And also, keep that sun off of you so we don't have to deal with any kind of skin issues. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Timer, please. Looking for that 35. We've got the timer going. If you want it, you got to bid to win. You can't win unless you bid. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35, 5. Looking for that 35. This is a 9-foot dark green patio umbrella. The stands are sold pretty much everywhere. If you don't want to buy one, no problem. Fill you up a bucket. Sold to Billy Freeman for $30. Awesome job, Billy. Our next item is DJ7. DJ7. We have another office desk. I think, is this the office desk or is this the dining table? Oh, my bad. Nope, this is just a desk. There it is. I love the lines on this one, guys. This one is just so sleek and modern. It's what I would call a no frills desk, but that's the way I like my desks to look. I don't like them cluttered with a whole lot of stuff. Who's going to give us an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25? Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? This is a 55-inch black frame desk. It's in, well, deep espresso. It's very pretty, guys. Even if you don't use it for a desk, you could probably use it for like the table that goes behind a sofa table that goes behind your sofa. Use it in a corner of a room. Just put things on it. You don't have to use it for a desk. We have a bid of 25 from Deborah McBride. Who's going to give me that 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30? Guys, there is so much you could do with this. Even, like I said, even if you don't use it as a workstation, that's okay. You can use it in your kitchen. You can use it on your porch. You can use it in your bedroom. Turn this thing at, ladies, you could use this as a makeup table. Put you a big mirror behind it. There you go. I've got a big mirror in my dressing room. I actually bought the mirror. I found it at a thrift store, and I have a huge, beautiful frame that I found at another thrift store, and I put them together. You don't have to go out and spend, lots and lots on a mirror like that. Check it out. You'll never have fun with everything that you put in your house. We have a bid of 30 from Penny Gregg. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35, 5? Who's going to give me that 35? I'm looking for a 35. 35, 5, 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Timer, please. We're still looking for a 35. Like I said, guys, you can use this in any part of your house. Looking for a 35. We have a 35. Please tell me I'm not about to mess up your name. Yafami. I hope I pronounced that right. We now have a 35. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Looking for a 40. Looking for a 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Who's going to give me a 40? Before the timer runs out, I'm looking for that 40. Sold to, well, my screen just went big and I can't see anything. Yafami Mati. Sweetie, if I just tore up your name, I am so sorry. We are now on to DJ8. DJ8. And this is for the Zenith Jennifer Wood and Metal Soho Dining Table. This is the Zenith Jennifer Soho Dining Table. It's wood and metal. This is Zenith Jennifer DJ8. We have a, let's see, we are on DJ8. We have a bid of 35. Who's going to give me a 40? Now 40, 40. Now 40, 40. This is wood and metal. The size is 55 by 24 by 29. Who's going to give me a 40, 40? We have a 40. Now 45, 5, 45. Now 45. Now 45, 5. Now 45. Now 45. Looking for a 45, 45, 45. Now 45. And guys, I'm going to turn this way because we do not have a picture of this one. I'm going to turn this way to give you an idea of how wide. Well, I gave you the measurements, but this will give you an idea. I'm standing. Let's see if I can do this. You can see my foot. I'm right in the center. That's only one leg, of course. I can't do it with both legs. This gives you an idea of how wide, how deep it is, how wide. This will give you an idea of how long. I'm hoping I'm in the center here. So there's your center. He's going to give me a 45, 5, 45. I'm looking for a 45. Now 45, now 45. Looking for a 45. This is for the Jennifer Soho dining table. It's wood and metal. It is in brown. It's a dining table, hon. It's a wood and metal dining table. It is in brown. You can also use it for an office desk if you wanted to, or a computer workstation. Who's going to give me a 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45? 30-second timer, please. This is a wood and metal Soho dining table. Who's going to give me a 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45. Can I get a 45? Last call for 45. We have a 45 from Penny Gregg. Now 50. Sold to Penny Gregg. Sold to Penny Gregg for 45. Sorry, Miss Gregg, I was already calling it, hon. We are now on to DJ9. DJ9. And this is for the Keeter Westwood. And I think this is an outdoor box. There it is. Ooh, that's nice. I think I've seen one of these before. This is a pool box. This would be great to keep all of your outdoor cushions, your tools. Put your pool noodles in there so they don't stay in the tool. So they don't stay in the pool and get messed up or fly off. I've had our pool noodles just shoot across the yard when we had a good wind come up. Sorry for our screen, guys. Our computer is doing its own little thing this morning. We have a bid of 35, now 40. Now 40, Stephanie Peoples. Wait a minute. We now have a bid of 40 from Joshua Cowan. Now 45, 5, 45, now 45. We have a bid of 45 from Lindsay Gardner first. Now 50. We have a 50 from DJ Joey. 55 from Joshua. Now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60, now 60. These look really nice next to your decks or on your patios. They look great next to the pool. Whatever items you put in it, they are not going to get messed up. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Now 60, 60, now 60, now 60. We have a 60 from DJ Joey. Now 65, 5, 65, 65, 5, 65. Can I get a 65, 65? Can I get a 65? Who's going to give me that 65? You've got plenty of room in this one. 61 by 28 and a half by 25 and a half. It is in resin, so you don't have to worry about anything rusting or breaking. It's 150-gallon storage capacity. It is weather resistant. We have a bid of 75 from Pat Freeman. Now 80, 80, now 80, now 80, 80, now 80. Looking for that 80. Now 80, 80, now 80, now 80, 80, now 80. Who's going to give me that 80? Who's going to give me that 80 to keep your outdoor toys and equipment clean and safe? Who's going to give me that 80? We have an 80 from Jennifer Randolph. Now 90, now 90, 90, now 90, now 90, now 90. Looking for a 90, now 90. Looking for a 90, looking for a 90. Looking for a 90, guys. Looking for a 90. Let's keep everything that we use outside safe, clean, and dry. And I'm going to look at the picture here because I'm almost positive that you're going to be able to put a lock on it. You can put a lock on it, guys, so you're not going to have to worry about somebody coming in and stealing your stuff. This is all weather resistant resin. It's got the nice wood look texture. It's not going to rust, it's not going to peel, and it's not going to dent. We have an 85 from Joshua. Now 90, now 90, 90, now 90, 90, now 90. Looking for a 90. Who's going to give me that 90, 90? Who's going to give me that 90? Who's going to give me that 90? Who's going to give me that 90? I'm now looking for a 90. Think about everything you can keep in it, guys. If you've got an outdoor patio, even if you don't have a pool, that's okay. Even if you don't have a pool, that's okay. We have a 90 from Jennifer Randolph. Our timer is going. Looking for a 95. You can also use it if you grill out a lot and you like doing outdoor parties. Put your cushions in there. Put your linens in there. Keep everything together. Who's going to give me that 95 before the timer runs out? Sold to Jennifer Randolph for $90. We are now on to DJ10. DJ10. And this is by the Idea Space 48-inch double-sided whiteboard. It is mobile for business or whatever you want to use it for. This is a really nice little thing, nice whiteboard. I love whiteboards. I've got one in my back door that I write notes on. I don't know if my family likes it or not because I always have my honey-do list on there. I also have one at my front door, but it's a smaller one. It's right there on the little small entry table. My big one's at the back door, though. We come in and out through the back door. Can I get an opening bid of $25 for the double-sided mobile whiteboard? It's 48 inches. Can I get a 25? Who's going to give me that 25? You can use it for business. You can, if your kids haven't gone back to full-time face-to-face classrooms yet, use this. They can use this to figure out their work or whatever. You can also help, they can learn their letters. You can help teach them how to trace if they're still doing that. Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25? Looking for a 25? Now 25, 5, 25. Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25? We have a 25 from Deborah McBride. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30. Guys, there is a whole lot of stuff you can do with a whiteboard. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30, now 30? It's on wheels, so you can move it around. It's also, I didn't even know that it was magnetic. There you go. Stick your notes up there with a magnet. I love magnetic boards also. It's adjustable height. So if you're going to use it for your kids, that's perfect for you because you can move it up and down. 48 inches long, 36 inches high. You've got a huge canvas to work with. Use it for classroom work in your office, your home, or conference rooms. Guys, if you do your work, if you're working at home and you've got to go into the office and you need to do a presentation, there you go. We have a bid of 25, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30. Now 30. We're going to throw up the timer, guys. Throwing it up. If you want it, you got to bid to win, and you can't win unless you bid. These are really nice to have, whether for your family, for work, Use it in your craft rooms. Use it for gardening. Write your dates and whatnot on it. Who's going to give me that 30-30? Looking for a 30. We have a 30 from Casey Smith. Now 35-35 before the timer runs out. Sold to Casey Smith for $30. We're now on to DJ11. DJ11. And this is a computer desk. And I want to say the company name is Elephants, but I'm not 100% positive. Were we able to find a picture of this one? This is an L-shaped computer desk, or a corner computer desk. And when it's straight back there, I'd put a plant back there. There we go. Let's check this one out together, guys, because I did not look this one up either. It's a 59-inch large L-shaped corner desk or a gaming table. This is the perfect shape for a gaming table, guys, just saying. You can have 3 monitors right there in front of you. You can use it at home or your office. Very sleek, very simple. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25.5, looking for a 25. Now 25.5, 25, now 25. Now 25.5, looking for a 25. Looking for a 25. Looking for that opening bid of $25. Once again, this would be a great gaming table. You can have 3 monitors set up in front of you, or have 3 monitors set up for work if you really like your job. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? If you don't want to use it for work or gaming, no worries. Use it for something else in your home. Use it in your craft room. Use it in your whatever room. I say craft room because I actually have one. And I don't have a corner desk, but I kind of made one. I just put 2 desks together over in the corner. This is DJ11, Joshua. DJ11. This is DJ11. This is a 59-inch large L-shaped desk, computer desk, a gaming table, or workstation. We have a bid of 25 from Joshua Cohen. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30. Can I get a 30? Now 30. Looking for a 30. Now 30, 30. Now 30, 30. Now 30. Looking for that 30, guys. Looking for that 30. If you can't use it, like I always say, throw it up on Marketplace. Make yourself a little bit of money. Looking for a 30. Looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, guys. Looking for a 30. This is a really, really nice desk, workstation, gaming table. You've got plenty of room to spread out, plenty of room to have all items that you need within reach. Can I get a 30? Can I get a 30? All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and throw our timer on. We have a 30 from Deborah McBride. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Now 35, 5, 35, now 35. I'm looking for a 35. Now 35. Joshua, if you're still in the game, that's only $10 more, hon. This is regularly $15 desk. Joshua comes in at 35. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Deborah, if you want it, throw in another $10. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40. Last call for 40. Last call for 40. Sold to Joshua Cowan for $35. Y'all, now this next item is so much fun. This is DJ12. DJ12. And this is a college beanbag toss game. It's tailgate and backyard. It's a beanbag toss game. Or like I think most of us call it, it's cornhole. This is your Carolina Gamecocks, guys. Carolina Gamecocks. You've got your 2 game boards. We have a bid of 30 from Christopher Lewis. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? April Miller comes in at 35. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Now 40, 40. Let's give it 40. Now 40, 40. Now 40. Looking for a 40. Guys, I love playing this. We have a 40 from Christopher Lewis. Now 45, 5, 45. Now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Now 45. April, if you want it, pony up another $10. Now 45, 5, 45. Me too, April. My blood runs orange, but everybody else I know is Carolina red. Or what is it, Carolina garnet? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? We got a 40. Now 45, 5. Now 45. Now 45, 5. Looking for a 45. Now 45. This is so much fun to play, guys. And you can place bets with each other if you really, really want to. Not that I would ever do that. Who's going to give me that 45, 5? Looking for a 45. Who's going to give me that 45, 45, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45. Looking for the 45, guys. Looking for the 45. Thank you, April. We have a 45 from Derek Boston. Who's going to give me a 50? Now 50, 50, now 50, 50. Christopher, it looks like Derek is going to give you a run for your money. Now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50. Now 50, 50, now 50. Christopher, are you still in the running? Now 50. Looking for that 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50. All right, Christopher, how deep does your garnet run? He can have it? Okay. Still looking for that 50 before we throw the timer up. There you go, Christopher. That's the way to do it. Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? All right, guys, our timer is up. If you want it, you need to throw in that 50. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Now 50. Now 50. Now 50 before the timer runs out. Sold to Derek Boston for $45. Our next item is DJ1 13. This is DJ13. And this is for the Kid Craft study desk with a chair. This is the Kid Craft study desk with chair. I believe this one is white. I do not see a color anywhere on the box. Let me see. I don't see a color anywhere. This is great for your younger children. Let them sit down, do their homework. Let them sit down and just do their studies or have a play table. We have an opening bid of 25. Who's going to give me a 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. This is the perfect size for ages 5 to 10. It does have the two drawers, well, two larger drawers and then the long drawer. We have a 30 from Ms. Gregg. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35, 35, 5, 35? Looking for a 35, 5. Looking for that 35. Now 35. Now 35. It's a nice color. White is going to go with any room decor. It's got the nice back shelf. I do like that, so their books or their pencils aren't going to fall off the back. It's got the cork board where they can pin up their notes or the pictures of whatever boy they have a crush on or girl that they have a crush on this week. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? This is easily assembled, guys. Very easy to put up. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? It's a very well-made piece of furniture. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, looking for a 35. If you don't have kids that can fit on this, maybe you've got some grandkids that you can pass it on to. If you don't, donate it. I'm sure there are lots of children out there who would love to have their own desk. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35? We have a 35 from Kelvin Alford. Who's going to give me a 40? Now 40, 40, now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40. We have a 40 from Barbara Gregg. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, now 45. Now 45, guys, 45. Like I said, it is a very well-made desk and chair, very easily assembled. Pass it on to any kid that you know or your own. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45? Our timer is up, guys. You can't win if you don't bid. You got to bid to win. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Looking for a 45? Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Looking for a 45. Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45 before the timer runs out. Who's going to give me that 45? We have a 45 from Ken Johnson. Casey Smith is first. Now 50. Now 50-50. Casey's in at 45. Ken, Evan, or Kelp. We have a 50 from Ken. We have a 50 from Ken. Now 55. Last call for 55. Evan DeBose is at 55. Now 60. Last call for 60. Last call for 60. Sold to Evan DeBose for $55. We are now on to DJ14. DJ14. And this is for a 3-piece Sereno desk. 3-piece Sereno desk. What? Wow, guys, I had a few more coming in at 60. I'm going to have to give y'all a few extra seconds. This is for DJ14. DJ14. This is a 3-piece Sereno desk. We're trying to make sure that we have the right picture. I know the picture on the box looks kind of cool. This is another corner desk. I want to know what that piece right there is. I want to know what that is. There we go. Let's check it out together. All right, I still don't know what that piece is. It does have the pull-out keyboard drawer. I like the design. It's very sleek, very simple, very modern. And now I want the description so I'll know what that, and there is, what is that little front desk? What do you think that is? It's got a handle on it. I'm just curious. Can I get an opening bid of 25? This is for DJ14. Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Now 25, 5, 25, 25. Now 25. We have a 25 from Joshua Cowan. Now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. And if anybody has any idea what that piece on the bottom, on the floor there, underneath it is, please let me know. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Looking for a 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Looking for a 30. Now this one, guys, I know I've said that you could use it for anything else, but I don't know if I'd want to use this for anything else but a workstation. I love the way this one is set up. The second desk is a little bit higher. I like that. And of course, I do like the slide out drawer for your keyboard. You've got plenty of space. You've got plenty of workspace. And I'm still trying to figure out what that piece is. We have a 30 from William Riviera. Who's going to give me a 35? Now 35, 5, 35, 35. Now 35, 35. Now 35, 5, 35. Now 35, now 35. Well, thank you, Brian. That makes total sense now. That probably is. Thank you. Now 35, 5, 35. You going to give me a bid for 35 now? You know you need another desk. Now 35, 5, 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Now 35, 5, 35. Who's going to give me a 35? Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35, guys. Now 35. All right, guys, I'm going to throw up the 30-second timer. Yes, please. Thank you. We have 30 seconds. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. This is a very sleek, modern, contemporary desk, guys. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Who's going to give me that 35? I'm looking for a 35 before the timer runs out. Sold to William Riviera for $30. Y'all are just, this is just like total deals and steals today. This is on to DJ15. DJ15. And this is for the Sunny Health and Fitness Belt Driven Stationary Bike SFB 1002. This is for the Sunny Health and Fitness Stationary Belt Driven Bike. Let's get our summer bodies working on before the summer gets here. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? Looking for an opening bid of 25. It's the SF. Here, wait, I'll go over. SFB 1002. We have an opening bid of 25 from Brianna Mills. Dot, if you want it, I need to see a 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Dot, that's only $5 more. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. We have a 30 from Dot Brown. Now 35, 5, 35. Brianna, that's only $10 more. Now 35, 5, 35, now 35. It does have the handlebars that you can lean onto so you can get those legs pumping and pumping hard. Work those glutes, work those thighs, work those calves. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35? We have a 40 from Casey Smith. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, now 45. William, if you want it, you got to come up $10 more. Casey's in at 40. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45, 45? Looking for a 45. Now 45, 5, 45, now 45. We have a 45 from Dot Brown. Now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, now 50. Dot says she's ready to get her summer body work. Now 50. Now 50. William, you got to be a little bit faster. We're now on to 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50. Don't wait for me. Don't wait for me to tell you what price to bid. Go ahead and put your bid in. Let's see how it goes. Who's going to give me that 50, 50, now 50, now 50? William, if you want it, you got to go up $5 more. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50. Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Y'all, this is a $370 piece of equipment. Holy moly. This is an indoor cycling exercise machine. It is in black. It's got the push down brake system. Can we scroll up just a little bit so I can see the about? Y'all, can we scroll up on that picture just so I can read the, is there like a description? Okay, don't do it. There. Oh, well, it was there and now it's gone. All right, guys, I'm not going to ask front desk to do that anymore because our computer is just like, whoa. There we go. It's got the sturdy steel frame. It's got the weighted flywheel. The resistance system is going to give you the experience of a realistic road feeling. So if it's too hot to go outside, hop on this. If it's raining, hop on this. Don't want to get chased by a dog, hop on this. Don't want to deal with bugs hitting you in your mouth, flying in your mouth, hop on this. It's got the push down emergency brake. It'll bring the bike to an immediate stop. So you're not, remember when we were as kids, the pedals would, if you slipped your foot off the pedal, your pedals would just start flying and beating you in the back of the leg or in your shins. That's not going to happen here. It's got the silent ride. It's smooth, belt driven. You've got a 4-way adjustable seat, a 2-way adjustable handlebars, so it's going to be able to adapt to your height and length. You even have a bottle holder on there, guys. So as you're working out, stay hydrated. We have a bid of 85, now 90, now 90, 90, now 90, now 90, 90, now 90, now 90, now 90. Who's going to give me that 90? Who's going to give me that 90? This is over $300 piece of equipment, fellas. Holy cow. You don't have to deal with the weather. You don't have to deal with nature. You don't have to deal with animals. There's nothing wrong with nature and animals. I just don't want them flying in my teeth while I'm getting my exercise on. Yeah, if you're riding the bike on the side of the road and you're smiling and you're laughing, you're feeling good, and a bee flies in your mouth. No, but a deer is going to knock me over. It's going to come bouncing out, and I live out in the woods too. See, I need one of these. Y'all need one of these. Deer's going to knock us over. Now 95, 5, 95. Who's going to give me that 95, 95? I didn't even think about deers. And I was about to start riding my bike again too. Oh my goodness. Now 95, 5, 95. Who's going to give me that 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Looking for a 95. Now 95, 5, 95. We got a 95 from Dot Brown. Now 100. Now 100, 100. Now 100, guys. 100. Real easy to put it on the keyboard. 100 and then hit enter. 100, 100, 100. Who's going to give me that 100, 100, 100? Who's going to give me that 100? I'm looking for a 100. Looking for a 100. It's a great looking bike, guys. Let's get our summer body working. And we don't have to run from deers. My husband told me we might have a bear out in the field right next to us because I heard crashing going through it. So yeah, he tells me that as I'm walking out in the pitch black dark of my backyard with the light of my cell phone. And he's just like, yeah, it might be a bear. I'm like, no, 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 no. We do have 100 from Ray Davis. Who's going to give me a 110? Looking for a 110, 110, looking for a 110. And it was not a bear. It was not a bobcat. It was not a deer. It was our 16-pound cat. He got stuck in a tree and was falling out of it. Who's going to give me a 110? Who's going to give me a 110, 110, 110? Who's going to give me that 110? Who's going to give me that 110 before the timer runs out? We are down to our last 10 seconds. Who's going to give me that 110? Looking for a 110. Looking for that 110. Last call for 110. We have a 110 from William Riviera. Can I get a 120? 120. Last call for 120. 120. Sold to William Riviera for $110. We are now on to DJ16. DJ16. And this is the Ultima Pro 2-door folding crate. Once again, this is perfect for our large 4-legged babies. It's 25 inches tall, 32 inches long. This is for dogs up to an adult size. Well, duh. It's easy to fold and carry. There's no tools required. It does have a folding divider panel that you can put in the middle. It's the professional gauge steel construction. 2 doors, reversible placement in your home. It's safe and secure. It's got the slide bolt latches. This is by Midwest Home for Pets. Can I get a 25? Looking for a 25? Can I get a 25? Looking for a 25? Looking for a 25 for the opening bid for the Ultima Pro 2-door folding crate. If you take your babies to work with you, this is perfect. You need one of these to keep your babies safe and sound. Throw a dog bed in there and they are perfect. This is great for crate training at home so that they're not doing their business throughout the house. It's also great to train them, like if you have company. I wish I'd have done this with my 2 Chihuahuas. We have company, I have to put them into the bedroom. They make way too much noise. We did have a crate, and the only time we used it is when my male Chihuahua had to have surgery. I put him in there. Oh, I wanted to cry. If the look that dog gave me, if he wanted me to just melt in a puddle right there. He was so mad. Can I get a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25 to start us off with the Ultima Pro 2-door folding crate? Looking for a 25? Looking for that 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Let's keep our 4-legged babies safe and sound and train them right when they're at home. Who's going to give me that 25? 25. I'm looking for a 25. Looking for a 25, guys. Last call. Last call for the Ultima Pro 2-door folding crate. If you don't have 4-legged babies, I bet your vet would love it. Or any vet. Take it to them. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me that 25? DJ16, no sale. We're now on to DJ17. DJ17. Oh, there's the picture for DJ16. No, I'd already finished it. I said no sale. I moved on. I didn't have any bid. April missed it. I said no sale right before she talked. Front desk was having a meeting. We're now on to DJ17. DJ17. And this is going to be kind of specialized, guys, I would guess. This is for the MTB Supply Incorporated. It's a black PVC poultry netting. Okay, hold on, guys. We have moved on. Well, all right. We've got bids for DJ16. So I'm going to go back to DJ16. Got a bid of 15 for DJ16. This is for the Ultima Pro 2-door folding crate. They're still bidding. Guys, if I said the bid's going to start off at 25, we have to start off at 25. I'm not going to let this crate go for less than 25. If you want it, last call for 25. Last call for 25. Tammy, if you want it, I need to see a 25. No less than 25. No sale for DJ16. We are now on to DJ17. Angela, can you hear me? Making sure. Angela, can you hear me? All right, we are on to DJ17. DJ17. This is for the black PVC poultry netting. Do we happen to have a picture for this? I got you, Tammy. Thank you, April. Thank you, Adam. All right, guys, this is for the black PVC poultry netting. It is, it's 38 inches by 150 inches, I think. I'm not real positive what that says. I'm going to flip it over. Oh, no, I'm not. That is a lot heavier than I thought it was. All right, guys, I'm going to open this box a little bit so I can show it to you. There's the picture, guys. There's the picture, guys. Now, somebody's going to have to tell me what to use this for. I need a 25. Oh, that's just chicken wire? Oh, well, of course, it's poultry. Duh. Let's get an opening bid of 25, guys. 25. I know that you can use this in a garden, or you could actually use it for your chickens. Can I get a bid of 25? Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25. Now 25, 5, 25, 25. Now 25. Now 25, 25. Now 25. Looking for a 25, guys. Looking for a 25. Why I didn't think chicken and poultry, I have no idea. I am so embarrassed, guys. Dirt. And I used to use this. We used to put this over 25. It's 25 feet, guys. 25 feet. We've put this over our strawberry patches. Well, our strawberry little garden thing. We used to, growing up, I did it up on a tier. And it had like 5 tiers to it. And I put this across it. Front desk thinks that it's got to be more than 25 feet, doesn't it? I think it's 100. I think it's 150, like Adam says. I can't see it. Well, I think it is 150 because that looks like 150 right there. This is DJ17. Can I get a 25? Looking for a 25 opening bid. Looking for a bid of 25 to open. Looking for a bid of 25 to open. No sale for DJ17. We are moving on to DJ18. DJ18. This is DJ18. Oh my God, the chicken plucker. Don't get me started on that one again, Brianna. Oh my God. I had so much fun with the chicken plucker. I did walk around just hollering chicken plucker all over the place. DJ18. This is for the Coleman connectable tent system. It has 2 tents included. You have one 6-person tent and one 3-person tent. This is for the Coleman Connectable Tent System. You've got the one 6-person tent and the one 3-person tent. We have an opening bid of $45 by Billy Freeman. Can I get a 50? Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50. Looking for a 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50, now 50. Looking for the 50. Now 50, 50. We got a 60. Now 65, 65, 5, 65. Now 65, 65. Brianna, I will take note of that. Now 70, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80, now 80, 80, now. Now 80, 80. Looking for an 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Billy Freeman has the bid at 75. Billy Freeman has the bid at 75. Now 80. Now 80, 80. We have 100 from Casey Smith. Now 110, 110, 110. Now 110, 110. Looking for a 110. Looking for a 110. Now 110. Casey Smith has the bid at 100. Looking for a 110. Robbie, you got to be a little bit faster, hon. 110. Looking for a 110. Billy Freeman has the 110, 120. Who's going to give me that 120, 120, 21, 120, 21, 21? Who's going to give me that 120? Looking for a 120. Looking for a 120. Billy Freeman has the 110. I now need a 120. 120, 21, 20, 21, 20, 21. We have a 125 from Robbie Allen. That's the way to bid it, baby. 135, 135, 535, 135. Who's going to be that 135, 5, 135? Looking for a 135, 5, 135. Looking for a 135. Looking for that 135. Looking for a 135. We have a 125 from Robbie Allen. Barbara Rogers comes in at 135. Now 145. Thank you, Billy, for letting me know. 145, 5, 145. Can I get a 145? Looking for that 145. Barbara Rogers has the bid. Now 145. Who's going to give me that 145? This is for 2 tents, guys. 2 tents, and they do connect. This is part of the Coleman Connectable Tent System. You can connect other tents to it to make, you can have your own little tent compound if you've got a large family. Put your kids in one tent, you can sleep in the other. They'll be fine. We have a 140. We have a 145 from Robbie Allen. Now 155. Barbara, are you still in the running at 155? 155, 155, 5, 155, 155, 5, 155. Who's going to give me that 155? Looking for a 155. This is currently unavailable online, guys. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. It's easy access. It's got a convenient port for you to bring power into your tent. You're going to stay dry. It's got the WeatherTech system. It's got the welded floors, so you're not going to drown. You're not going to flood. That's the word I was looking for, flood. Easy setup. It's got the fast pitch system. Sorry, Adam, I did not see it until after I called it. Once I call it, that's it. I'm moving on, and I did not see it until afterwards. Front desk didn't even see it either. Not until after I called it. We have a 155 from Barbara Rogers. Robbie, are you still in for 165? I now need a 165. Looking for a 165. Can I get a timer front desk, please? Looking for a 165. Looking for a Our timer is going on. 165. I'm looking for a 165. I know, Adam. I fully understand that. And I don't want to miss a sale either. But I don't want to get in trouble. I've been reminded that once I call it, I have to move on. We have a 165 from Robbie Allen. Barbara, are you still in? I need a 175. 175. Last call for 175. Sold to Robbie Allen for 165. Holy cow. All right, guys, we are on DJ19. DJ19. All right, my screen's on. Now my phone screen's messing up. We're on DJ19. And this is for a TV stand. There we go. That was kind of pretty. This is the Merriwood Home Carson TV stand for TVs up to 70 inches. It is in cherry. You've got plenty of shelving space to keep all of your electronics. You've got the two hidey hole cabinets on the side. So if you want to, put your liquor cabinet in there. There you go. You've got plenty of room for your TV. You've got plenty of room for your sound bar. This is for DJ19. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25, 5? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for an opening bid of 25 for the Ameriwood TV stand in cherry. Fits up to 70-inch TVs. Who's going to give me a 25? I'm looking for an opening bid of 25. Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. We have an opening bid of 25 from Kocha. Am I saying that right? Kocha Hazelton. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30. And welcome. I haven't seen your name before. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Looking for a 30, now looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? We have a 30 from Sean Grant. Now 35, 5, 35, now 35. Chantel Sanders comes in at 40. Now 40, 40, now 45, 5, 45, now 45. Now 45, 5, now 45. Looking for that 45. Looking for a 45. We have a 45 from Coach Hazelton. Now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, 50. Now 50, 50, now 50. Looking for that 50, guys. Looking for that 50. If you can fit your 70-inch TVs on this, plenty of room for all of your electronics. Slide your sound bar right up underneath it. Sean Grant's in for 50. Now 55, 5, 55, 55. Now 55, 55. Now 55, 5, 55, 55. Now 55. Looking for a 55. Sean Grant has the bid at 50. Now 55, 5, 55, 5, 55. Now 55, 55. Looking for a 55. We have the 55. Now 60. Now 60, 60. Now 60, 60. Now 60, 60. Now 60. Now 60, 60. Now 60. Who's going to give me that 60? Now 60, 60. This is going to look nice in any room of the house. Put it in your den, your living room, your bedroom. Put it in your man cave. Put it in your she shed. Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me that 60? Now 60, 60. Now 60. Now 60. Who's going to give me that 60? We have a 60 from Sean Grant. Now 65, 5, 65, 65. Now 65, 65. Now 65, 5, 65, 65. Who's going to give me that 65? Thank you, Coach, for letting me know. Thank you very much. Now 65, 5, 65. Who's going to give me that 65? Who's going to give me that 65, 5? Who's going to give me that 65? Who's going to give me that 65? Looking for a 65. Yes, please. We've got our timer going, guys. We've got the timer going. You can't win if you don't bid. You got to bid to win. Who's going to give me that 65? Looking for a 65. You can fit your 70-inch TVs on it. Put your sound bar on it and just sit back, relax, and enjoy whatever movie you want to play. Last call for 65. Sold to Sean Grant for $60. We are now on to DJ20. DJ20. Wait a minute, guys. Give me a second. We are on to DJ20. This is for the Black & Decker 8,000 BTU portable air conditioner. If you've missed them before, guys, on the previous auctions, you need to get it now because my pallet of these are running out. It is getting so low. This is for the portable air conditioner, 8,000 BTUs. The pallet that I pull from, I don't even think I have another one of these. I think I only have the smaller ones. We have a bid of 55 from Rosie Acosta. Rosie Acosta is in first at 55. Now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60. Jessica, if you want it, you need to go up another $5 at least. If you really, really want it, I won't stop you from throwing in another 20. Who's going to give me a 65? Joshua Cohen's in for 70. Billy Freeman's in for 75. Now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Who's going to give me that 80? Who's going to give me that 80, 80? Casey, if you want it, I need to see an 80. Can we highlight Billy Freeman's bid, please? Well, nope. Highlight Rosie's bid, please. She's in at 80. Now 85, 5, 85. Now 85, 85. Well, hi, Pamela Perry. That's a new name. I haven't seen your name. Welcome. Who's going to give me an 85, 5, 85? Who's going to give me that 85? Who's going to give me that 85? I'm looking for an 85. Billy Freeman is in for 100. There you go, honey. That's how you bid. Now 110. Now 110, 10, 110, 110, 10, 110. Looking for a 110. Billy Freeman's in at 100. Looking for a 110. Who's going to give me a 110, 110, 110? Who's going to give me a 110? Looking for a 110. Looking for that 110. 110. Let's stay cool this summer, guys. This is a $360 portable, movable air conditioner, guys. $360. We are up to 120 with Billy Freeman. Who's going to give me that 130? 130, 30, 130, 130, 30. 130, 30, 130, 130, 30. Who's going to give me that 130? Guys, this is going to keep you cool all summer long. We live in the South. You know we got to have the coolness. We have to stay cool. We do not want to melt. Alan Baker is in at 130. Can I get a 140? Can I get a 140, 40, 140, 40? 140. Billy Freeman's in at 135. Now 140. Now 140, 40, 140, 140. Now 140. Who's going to give me that 140? Who's going to give me that 140? I'm looking for a 140, guys. 140. Don't melt this summer, honey. It is not fun. I don't want, you start melting, you start sweating, your hair sticks to your head. You got to peel yourself up off your recliner or off your couch. I don't want that to happen to you. I'm trying to look out for your health and safety, guys. This is for the Black & Decker 8000 BTU portable air conditioner. He's going to give me that 140, 140, 140. Looking for the 140. Now 140, 40. Now 140. Who's going to give me that 140? I'm looking for a 140. Our timer's counting down, guys. Counting down. Don't miss your chance. Like I said, the pallet that I pulled from does not have any more of these on it. If you want one, you need to get it today. 140. Now 140. That's 140. Hit enter. 140. Then enter. 140, 40. We have a 140 from Sherry Campbell. Now 145. Alan, if you want it, I need to see a 145. Now 145, 545, 5. Now 145. Casey Smith is in at 145. Casey Smith is in at 145. Who's going to give me a 150? 150. Thank you, Billy. 150. Who's going to give me that 150? Deborah or Alan? If you want it, I need to see a 150. Billy's out. Who's going to give me a 150? Last call for 150. Deborah, Allen, last call for 150. Sold to Casey Smith for 145. Good job, Casey. I know who I'm going to have to come hang out with to keep myself cool. We are now on to DJ 21. Deborah, honey, it took too long, baby. I'm on to the next one. DJ 21. DJ 21. And front desk, I think this is one that I put a little bit of information on. Evan, I am allowing just a little bit of extra time at the end of the timer because the other day the lag was so bad. So I am allowing just a little bit extra time. Not a lot, though. And if the bidding continually comes in, I'm going to give it a little bit more time also. Like if I have 4 or 5 bids come in at the same time, I'm going to give that a little bit more time. Simply because I know somebody out there is going to really want it and somebody is trying to snipe. Okay. Well, hi, Derica. It is very, very nice to meet you. We do not ship to you, but I'm just tickled pink that you decided to come join us. We're going to have to figure something out. All right, guys, our picture is up for DJ21. DJ21. This is the Live Stages single door folding crate for the large dogs, 71 to 90 pounds. I know a few people who could use this because they've got the large pit bulls and the Rottweilers. This regularly retails for $109. You're not having to pay shipping, guys. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? DJ Joey, the opening bid is 25, guys. 25. Unless I give a different opening bid, it's all going to start at 25. I have to see a 25. Quintessa, I do not have any full box springs right now. Well, Derica, I am just tickled pink that you were here. I'd love to be able to hear your voice right now, especially if you do actually have the accent. Huh, love the accent. You're pretty cool. All right, guys, who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? 25 for the single door folding crate for large dogs. Not going to stay here very much longer. 25. Can I get a 25? Am I going to get a 25? Last call for 25. DJ 21 is a no sale. We are moving on to DJ 22. DJ 22. This is a nice little piece of furniture, guys, but I am going to show you that it does have some damage to it. I have the pieces underneath it so that it can be repaired. I'm going to show you this first. That's the chip. The pieces are underneath in the back. I can pull them out if you want me to. I just flipped it around because I opened the wrong side of the box. This is a bench with the 3 baskets. It's got the 3 baskets. Can't help it, Derica. That's awesome. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me, can I get a 25 for the black bench with the 3 baskets? Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25? Now we're actually going to go down a little bit. Can I get an opening bid of 15? 15 for the bench with the 3 baskets. It does have the chip, the damage on the side. It does have the pieces that can be repaired. Can I get a 15? Can I get a 15? We have a 15 from Chantel Sanders. Can I get a 20? Now 20. Now 2020. Now 2020. Now 2020. Now 2020. Now 2020. Looking for a 20, Pamela. If you want it, you need to go up $5 more. Now 20. Now 2020. Now 2020. Now 2020. Now 20. Now 2020. Now 20. Now 2020. Who's going to give me that 20? Who's going to give me that 20? Now 20. We have a 20 from Pamela Perry. Now 25. Now 25. We have a 20 from Pamela Perry. Now 25. Now 25, 5, 25, 25. Now 25. Now 25, 5, 25, 25, 5. Now 25. Evan, if you want it, you got to go 25. Now 25, 5, 25, 25. Now 25, 25. Who's going to give me that 25? We have a 25 from Jenny Tyner. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Thank you, front desk. Christopher has it at 25, not Jenny. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Guys, do not forget this does have a little bit of a damage on the side. It does have the pieces still in there, so it can be repaired. Looking for a 30. We now have a 30. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. All right, guys, I'm showing you the screen. See Christopher Lewis and then Jenny. Diana, I've got a question for you, honey. Where are you at on the East Coast? Derica, I practice in my car. We have a bid of 35, now 40. Diana, this is for everybody, honey. Where are you at on the East Coast? We just can't ship to Australia. Oh, Connecticut. Oh, honey, we are working on a shipping program, and I'm gonna make sure. I want to send us a private message along with your name and your address, and I'm gonna keep a watch on it and get our shipping information updated as soon as we possibly can. Okay, so make sure you keep watching because we are working on that. We now have a bid of 40. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. We have our 30-second timer going. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. Now 45, 45, 45. Derica, I would love to. I really want to. That's something else that we're looking at also. So you keep watching too. Now 45, 5, 45. We have a 45 from Julia Dixon. Now 50. Now 50, 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 50. Now 50. Last call for 50. Last call for 50. Sold to Julia Dixon for $50. Thank you, Pamela, for letting me know. Thank you, Penny. Oh, sold for 45 to Julia Dixon. See, I might be able to talk without getting tongue-tied or without stuttering, but I'm going to keep going on the number that I keep saying, huh? Sorry about that, Julia. You did get it for 45. We are on now to DJ23. DJ23. Now, this is an open box. This is an open box canopy, guys. I've got the panels. I've got all the little cases, the little packs that everything goes in. We've got the canopy frame itself. It does have the little top. I just don't have the box. Hang on. One second, guys. Front desk is calling me. I stand corrected, guys. I stand corrected. This is not a canopy. This is a gazebo. This is the gazebo style canopy. Ooh. That's nice. That looks almost like the one that my son has on his deck. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, guys. This is normally retails for $270. This is the outdoor pop-up gazebo. It's got the mosquito netting. It's got the solar LED light for parties and outdoor activities. We have an opening bid from DJ Acosta for $50. We have an opening bid from DJ Joey for $50. This is for DJ23. Nene Rouse is in for $55. Deshaun Matthews, if you want it, you got to go higher. We have a bid of $55 from Nene Rouse. Deshaun Matthews is in for $60. Now 65. DJ Joey is in for 65. Now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70, now 70, now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70. We got a 75 from Billy Freeman. Now 80, 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Who's going to give me that 80, 80, now 80, now 80? Who's going to give me that 80? Now 80, 80, now 80, 80, now 80. This is for the canopy, guy, the gazebo style canopy. It's got the mosquito netting. These things are awesome. We have a bid of 85 from DJ Joey. Now 90, now 90, 90, now 90, now 90, 90, now 90. Who's going to give me that 90, 90? Who's going to give me that 90? Looking for a 90, looking for a 90, 90, enter. That's real easy, guys. 90, enter. Looking for a 90. We have 100 from Billy Freeman. Thank you. 110. Now 110, 10, 110, now 110. 110, 10, 110, 10, now 110. $110. 110 enter. 110 enter. Now 110, 10, 110, 10, now 110. Looking for a 110, looking for a 110. Think about how much fun you're going to have this summer sitting under this. You don't have to worry about the mosquitoes in the evenings. Zip it down and they can't come in there and get you. Think about how nice it's going to be to lean back with the family in the shade, enjoying a soft drink, a water, or libations. Who's going to give me that 110, 110, 110? Who's going to give me that 110? Who's going to give me that 110? I'm looking for a 110. Looking for a 110. This is normally $270, guys. Normally $270. You are getting a steal. Who's going to give me that 110, 110? Looking for a 110. Who's going to give me that 110? I'm looking for a 110. Looking for a 110, guys. 110. Can I get a timer, please? Look at that, guys. Look at how gorgeous that looks. You are not going to have to worry about any kind of critter coming in there to you. I know, Derica. It still trips me out sometimes. Vicky, let's see. Did it say what the size was? Front desk. Let's see. It's 10 by 10, guys. Vicky, it is 10 by 10. Derica, we're melting. When summer hits, we're going to melt. Do y'all have the humidity? We have humidity, at least here in the South. Can I get a 110? We do have our timer going, guys. We do have the timer going. We have a 105 from Vicky Mills. Who's going to give me a 110, 110? Who's going to give me that 110? Looking for a 110 before the timer runs out. Billy, are you still in? Are you still in for 110? Who's going to give me that 110, 110? I'm looking for a 110. Who's going to give me that 110? Looking for a 110. I need that 110. Last call for 110. Last call for 110. Sold to Vicky Mills for 105. Thank you, Billy. We are now on to DJ24. DJ24. And this is a Lindsay elongated jacuzzi toilet bottom. It's just the bottom, I think. I'll find out as soon as we get it pulled up. This is the jacuzzi Lindsay elongated toilet. Hang on. All right, guys, sorry about that. I did have the mic turned off. Front desk and I were talking, if you couldn't tell. Staring at my foot. I'm so sorry about that. We were trying to make sure that we had the right item. I know that this has got a toilet base in here, but I did not open it all the way to see if it's got the tank along with it. So we're going to look together. I do see the tank. Oh, I'm going to have to cut that tape too. No, don't tell my husband I'm cutting it like this. I'll get in so much trouble. All right, let's see. Oh, it does have the tank back there. Okay, so it is a complete toilet. And it does have the other lid that goes on the tank. All right, we think we found it. Can I get an opening bid of 25 for DJ24? DJ24. This is the Lindsay elongated toilet. There it is, guys. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get a bid of 25? Looking for a 25, 25, looking for a 25. Looking for a 25, guys. Looking for a 25. This is a 25 for the Lindsay elongated toilet. It is currently unavailable online. Can I get a 25? Can I get a 25, 5, 25, 25? Can I get a 25? Can I get a 25, 5, 25, 25? I'm looking for a 25. This is for the jacuzzi elongated toilet. Who's going to give me a 25, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25. Carol, is it low flow? I honestly, honey, do not know. Honey, I do not know if it's low flow. Tell you what, I feel better if we do not sell it because we do not have enough information on this one. And I don't want to sell something that isn't quite right. And I don't know if that was quite right or not. So we're going to move on. This is DJ. We're moving on to DJ25. DJ25. And this is the Pro Line tailgating. And did we find out what this one was? Oh, I think we have another cornhole game. Hot diggity. It's East Point Pro Line tailgating. We're trying to find it without the video, guys. We're trying to find the picture without the video. This is a cornhole game. We have an opening bid of 25 from Christopher Lewis. We have an opening bid of 25. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? So, guys, it appears that you can decorate these any way that you want to. If you know somebody with a Cricut or a Silhouette, there you go. You can design your own graphics to put on it. We have a bid of 30 from Marie Gainey. Who's going to give me a 35.5? Ken, if you want it, you got to go higher. Who's going to give me a 35.5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Ken Johnson gives me a 35. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40. Christopher, you need to go higher. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40 now. Ken Johnson has the bid. Who's going to give me a 40? Now 40, 40. Marie Gainey's in at 40. Who's going to give me that 45, 5? Ray Davis is in for 50. Now 55, 5, 55, 55. Now 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Excuse me, guys. Marie Gainey is in at 55. Marie Gainey is in at 55. Who's going to give me a 60? Now 60, 60, now 60, 60, now 60, 60, now 60. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60? We now have a 60 from Ken Johnson. Now 65, 5, 65, 65. Now 65. Now 65. We've got a 65 from Marie Gainey. Now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Looking for that 70. Looking for that 70 enter. Now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Guys, if you've got a daughter or a son that happens to be getting married this year and they're doing an outdoor wedding, like I said, if you know anybody with a Cricut or a Silhouette, you can design these for the wedding party. You could put bride, groom on it, or their names, put the last name initial. There's so much that you can design on these. You can design them for a birthday, whatever. Put your own graphics on here. We now have a 70. Now 75, 5, 75, 75, 75, 5, 75. If you do it for a wedding, that does give everybody, especially an outdoor wedding, it gives everybody something to do. And it's fun. If you get a little nippy and you get out there and you start shooting cornhole, you're just going to laugh. Who's going to give me that 75, 5, 75? Who's going to give me that 75? Our timer is now running. Who's going to give me that 75 before the timer runs out? 75, 5, 75, 75. Who's going to give me that 75? Who's going to give me that 75, 5, 75, 75? We have a 75 from Marie Gainey. Now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80, now 80, 80, now 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80, now 80, 80, now 80. Looking for an 80, now 80. Looking for an 80. The timer is almost out. Now 80. We have an 80 from Ken Johnson. We have an 85 from Marie Gainey. Marie, you had your finger on that enter button, didn't you, hun? Sold to Marie Gainey for 85. We are now moving on to DJ26. DJ26. And this is a Bee and Willow Home stool saddle dark gray counter stool. This is a saddle stool, dark gray counter stool by Bee and Willow. It's 19 and a half inches wide, 16 and a half inches. Well, it still has W there. Width. Well, width and wide is the same thing. It's 19 and a half inches by 16 and a half inches by 26 inches. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me a bid of 25? 25, looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a bid of 25? I'm looking for 25 to open. This is for the Bee and Willow dark gray counter stool. Who's going to give me a 25? 25, 25. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25. We have a 25 from Jennifer Randolph. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me a 30? Now 30. Just one, Jennifer. Yes, there is just one. It does not say anything on the box. Can I get a 30? Who's going to give me a 30? Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me a 30? Looking for a 30. This is for the Bee and Willow dark gray counter stool. And I'm going to check the box one more time just to make sure that there's only one in here. Yeah, I'm not seeing where it says anything about two. Last call. All right. We're going to put our timer up. Our timer has started. We have a bid of 25. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? I'm looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30 for the dark gray counter stool by Bee and Willow? Looking for a 30. Looking for a 30. Last call for 30. Sold to Jennifer Randolph for $25. We are now on to DJ27. DJ27. Front desk. Oh, there it is. This is for the Keeter Extra Large Unity Outdoor Storage Box. This is for the Keeter Unity Extra Large Outdoor Storage Box. And we're going to get that picture up for you in just 1 second. Our picture is loading, guys, I promise. But I'm going to walk around here and give you an idea of what this particular box looks like. This is another one of the resin outdoor boxes, the pool boxes. I call them pool boxes. There's that one. And as soon as the picture actually loads up on our system, we'll be able to show it to you. Can I get an opening bid of 25? There it goes. This is the Unity Extra Large Portable. Oh, this is the table. The outdoor table and storage cabinet. It's got the accessory hooks. This would be perfect to keep right by your grill. We have a bid of 25 from Brianna Mills. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? We have a 30 from Marie Gainey. Can I get a 35, 5, 35, 35? Can I get a 35? Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, looking for a 35. We have a 35 from DJ Acosta. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40. Looking for a 40, now 40, 40, now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Looking for a 40. DJ Joey has it at 35. We have a 40 from Faith Scott. Hi, Faith. I don't recognize your name. Now 45, 5, 45. DJ Joey, if you want it, I need to see a 45. Thank you, Kevin. We have a 60 from Casey Smith. Now 65, 5, 65, 65. Now 65. Now 65, 5, 65, 65, now 65. Now 65, 5, 65, 65, now 65. We have a 65 from DJ Joey. Now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70, now 70, now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70, now 70, now 70, 70, now 70. Looking for a 70. DJ Joey has the bid. Now 70, 70, now 70, now 70, now 70, 70, now 70. Looking for a 70. This is perfect to keep beside your grill, guys. Now we have a 70. Now 80, 80. Jennifer is in at 70. Now 75, 5, 75, 75. Now 75, 5, 75. Now 75, 75. Marie Gainey. DJ Joey is in at 75. Now 80. Now 80, 80. Now 80, 80. Now 80, 80. Now 80. Guys, you don't have to wait for me to tell you what to bid. If you want to get it a little bit ahead of time, put your bid in at $10, $15, or $20 more. We have an 80. Thank you, Faith. Who's going to give me that 85, 5, 85? Who's going to give me that 85? Who's going to give me that 85, 5, 85? I'm looking for an 85. Who's going to give me that 85? Looking for an 85. Faith is in at 80. 85, 5, 85, 5, 85. Who's going to give me that 85, 85, 85? Who's going to give me that 85? Who's going to give me that 85? DJ Joey's in for 85. Thank you. Who's going to give me that 90, 90? Who's going to give me that 90? Looking for a 90, looking for a 90. Who's going to give me that 90? Who's going to give me that 90, 90? Who's going to give me that 90? Faith is in for 90. Now 95, 5, 95, 95. Now 95, 95. Now 95, 95, 95. Now 95. Who's going to give me that 95, 95, 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Looking for a 95. Looking for a 95. Looking for a 95. This is for the Keeter Outdoor Unity Extra Large Table and Storage. It's going to look great next to your grill. It's going to look nice on your deck or your patio. It's normally $280, guys. $280. This is an espresso brown. You've got your utility hooks on the end, so you're able to hang either your hand towels or any of your grill tools. You've got plenty of workspace on the counter. You can chop up all your veggies if you're using it for your grill. You've got plenty of storage underneath. You also have another roller on the other end if you want to put in your paper towels or your spices. It does have that shelf there. You can line up all of your spices right there that you're wanting to use. Looking for a 95, looking for a 95. Who's going to give me a 95, guys? This is almost $300. Who's going to give me that 95, 5, 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Who's going to give me that 95, 5? Who's going to give me that 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Looking for a 95. Who's going to give me that 95? We're going to go ahead and throw our timer up, guys, because we still have quite a few items to get to, and there's still a few more that I am just tickled pink to have you look at today. Who's going to give me that 95? I'm looking for that 95. Looking for that 95. We have 120 from Deborah McBride. Now that's the way to bid, girl. Thank you, ma'am. Looking for 130. Last call, 130. Last call, 130. Sold to Deborah McBride for 120. I just spelled your name wrong. We are now on to DJ28. DJ28. And this is for the Marcy Magnetic Resistant Recumbent Bike. This is a recumbent bike. It's by Marcy. These are really, really nice, guys. If you know someone or if you yourself are unable to stay in an upright position to actually be on a stationary bike, these are really nice. It's going to help build your lower body strength. It's not going to put a lot of pressure on your legs or your hips or your back. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? We have a 25 from Deshaun Matthews. Deshaun Matthews is in at 25. Who's going to give me a 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me a 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? I'm looking for a 30. Sandy Hamilton is in for 40. Sandy Hamilton is in for 40 first. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45, 5? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45, 5? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45, guys. Looking for a 45. Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45. Who's going to give me that 45, 5? Who's going to give me a 45? We have a 45 from Deshaun Matthews. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me a 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me that 50? I'm looking for a 50. Who's going to give me that 50? I'm looking for that 50. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Pamela Perry is in for 50. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55? I'm looking for a 55. Sandy, if you want it, you're going to have to go a little bit more, hon. Looking for a 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55, 5? Looking for a 55. This is normally $160 retail. $160 retail. Check it out, guys. You actually just sit down. You have the support that you need. You do have the handles, so you're not going to roll yourself off. Or if it's not you who's using it, whoever is using it, they're not going to roll right off. It's going to help stabilize your balance because you're going to be able to increase the strength in your legs, your thighs, your hips. Who's going to give me that 55? I'm looking for a 55. Sandy, are you still in for 55? Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55. Who's going to give me a 55? I'm looking for a 55. Looking for a 55. Looking for a 55. Guys, I do appreciate everyone's comments. We are doing the auction, and I'd like to try to keep the comments down to just the bids if possible. I know that we've gone off course just a little bit, and I do appreciate anyone's suggestions. I'm trying to increase my speed. I'm trying to make this as pleasant of an experience for you guys as possible. If you have any comments or suggestions, I'm going to be able to see it better if you just send it to me in a private message. If you can DM it to me, send it to me in a private message, and in that way I'm guaranteed to see it. As I'm running, as I'm doing the auction, a lot of times, if there's a lot of words here, if you're making a large comment, I'm not always going to see that because I'm looking for the bid. I'm looking for the item number and the bid number. I love you guys. I have so much fun doing this with you. And if, hey, my husband's always telling me, I talk too much. So now I'm actually getting paid to talk. So that's a pretty good thing. But I know I can get on somebody's nerves, and that's okay. We'll learn to work together, and that's what I really want to do. Now I've got to scroll up and find out where we were. Thank you, Pamela, because you actually did say that. Sold. I haven't quite sold it yet. Is our timer even out? I didn't click over. All right, our timer isn't quite over yet, Pamela. Not quite. And guys, really, if you do send me a private message, I will check. I do check the computer every day before I leave. So yeah, let me know. If you're unhappy with something I've done, let me know, and I will work on to my best of ability to fix it if I can. We need to communicate. That's what we need to do. All right, can I get a 30-second timer now? I think Pamela really wants it to be sold to her right now. We do have a bid of 50 for the recumbent bike, guys. We do have a 50. Can I get a 55? I'm looking for a 55. We are running down on our timer. Can I get a 55? Can I get a 55? We're looking for a 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Miriam Owens is in for 55. Pamela, if you want it, I need to see a 60, honey. Need to see a 60. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Looking for a 60. Last call for 60. Sold to Pamela Perry for $60. And y'all, just to let you know, I do have a timer on my belt, and that's what I'm going by. I'm not depending on the computer. Just in case there is a lag on the computer, I've got a stopwatch. We are now on to DJ29. DJ29. And this is for the Lifetime 44-inch impact backboard. It's got the classic rim. It's got the telescoping height adjust and the portable base. You fill up the bottom with sand or water, and you're not going to have to worry about it moving. Let's stick to the bidding, guys. Let's stick to the bidding. Can I get an opening bid of 25 for DJ29 for the Lifetime 44-inch impact backboard? DJ29 to 28. Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Our spreadsheet decided to move some stuff around. We have an opening bid of 30. We have an opening bid of 30 for the backboard. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me a 35? Who's going to give me a 35, 5? Who's going to give me a 35? Is this an umbrella base? No, this is a backboard. This is a basketball backboard, hon. Sorry. Have a great day working, Kevin. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35, 35? Oh, I thought you said working. Look, I can't even read now. Who's back to watching? Who's going to give me a 35, 5? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, 5. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 5? Who's going to give me that 35? I'm looking for a 35. Looking for a 35? If you're not out there in the backyard playing with the kids, then get out there yourself. Bring your family over, bring your neighbors over. Get out there and have yourself a nice game of basketball. And of course, this you got to place bids on. If you're going to play horse, place your bids. Who's going to give me a 35-5? Who's going to give me a 35? Who's going to give me that 35-5? Who's going to give me that 35? Let's see, 35-5. Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35-5? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. We are at $30. I need to see a 35. 30-second timer, please. Looking for that 35, guys. 35. This is 44 inches of an impact backboard. So you're going to be able to slam dunk on this baby. We have a bid of 35. Who's going to give me that 40-40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40-40? Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40, guys. Looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40-40? Who's going to give me that 40? Oh. Right, made a joke. Deborah McBride had the 40 in first. Billy Freeman's in at 45. Last call for 50. Last call for 50. Oh, I'm about to knock myself down. Last call for 50. Billy Freeman sold to Billy Freeman for $45. Braille, I'm sorry, honey. I had already called it. And I just lost my pen. Can you find me another marker, front desk, please? 1 second. I sure did. I made front desk get up for nothing. All right, guys. Billy Freeman for 45. And y'all, if you were wondering what I was going all over the place for just then, my phone's getting weak. So I had to go get the charger. We are now on to DJ30. DJ30. And this is for the Home Decorators Collection. Windward 68-inch indoor or covered outdoor LED color changing ceiling fan. Now guys, on the outside of this box, I'm going to show you this. On the outside of this box and anywhere on it, it does not really say the color, but on the outside, it looks like you're going to have the white or the weathered blades. You do not. Let me show you. You have black blades. These are not white. They are not weathered gray. These are black blades. So if you're okay with the black blades, make your bid. But I wanted to point that out. We had somebody actually purchase it, but it didn't match her house because she thought it was going to be the other color, but black blades didn't match. We have a bid of 30. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35? And guys, this is a large fan. This is 68 inches. 68 inches. It does come with a remote control. This is a 200 plus ceiling fan. This is 200 plus ceiling fan. Need to see. Ken Johnson's in for 40. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45, guys. Looking for a 45. This does have the black blades. Now, keep that in mind. We have a bid of 45 from Billy Freeman. Who's going to give me that 50-50? Who's going to give me that 50? Penny, if you want it, you need to go to 50. Who's going to give me that 50-50? Who's going to give me that 50? I'm looking for a 50. Kevin, no, I do not have two of these. I searched all over this warehouse yesterday because I was going to try to replace it for the young lady who brought it back to me, but I did not have another one. Joshua Cowan's in for 50. Now 55, 5, 55, 55. Now 55, 55. We have a 60 from Billy Freeman. Thank you, Billy. Who's going to give me that 65, 5, 65, 65? Who's going to give me that 65? Who's going to give me that 65? Faith is in for 65. Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70? I'm looking for a 70. We have a 70 from Ken Johnson. Who's going to give me a 75, 5, 75, 75? Who's going to give me that 75? Who's going to give me that 75, 5? Looking for a 75. Ken Johnson's in for 70. Joshua, if you want it, you need to go higher. Who's going to give me that 75, 5, 75? Looking for a 75. Looking for a 75, 5. Looking for the 75. Who's going to give me that 75, 75, 75? Who's going to give me that 75? Casey, it probably will. Who's going to give me a 75, 5? Go ahead and get it today, Kevin. And then wait a week or two, and I'll bet you we will have another one. Who's going to give me a 75, 5, 75? Looking for a 75. Thank you, Ken. Who's going to give me a 75? I've got a 75 from Billy Freeman. Who's going to give me an 80, 80? Who's going to give me an 80? Who's going to give me an 80, 80? Who's going to give me an 80? Who's going to give me that 80? Who's going to give me that 80? I'm looking for an 80. This is a $250 ceiling fan, guys. $250. This is in black. It does have the light kit. It does have the remote. It does have the quick fit system, so it's easy and quick to put up. You've got the DC motor that's going to provide the superior energy efficient performance that you need and that you want. It's suitable for covered outdoor areas or damp locations, so you could use it in a damp area as long as it's covered. We have an 80 from Faith. Can I get an 85? Who's going to give me that 85, 5, 85, 85? Who's going to give me that 85? Who's going to give me that 85? I'm looking for an 85. Who's going to give me that 85? I'm looking for an 85 now. I'm looking for an 85. Who's going to give me that 85? We have an 85 from Ken Johnson. Who's going to give me that 90? Looking for a 90. Who's going to give me that 90, 90? Who's going to give me that 90? I'm looking for a 90. Looking for a 90. Who's going to give me that 90? Do not forget, guys, this fan is in matte black. Looking for a 90. Who's going to give me that 90? Faith is in for 90. Who's going to give me that 95, 5, 95, 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Looking for a 95. So see, guys, if you've got like an arbor or just a covering over your deck or your porch, put this up. It's going to be great. It's going to work. Turn it on, and it's going to keep the air circulating, keeping you cool while you're outside. Thank you, Ken. When you popped up after that, I was like, okay, well, you're not quite out. Who's going to give me that 95, 5, 95? Who's going to give me that 95? It's kind of hard when you see something you really want, isn't it? We do have our timer starting. Who's going to give me that 95? Who's going to give me that 95, 5, 95? Who's going to give me that 95? My husband's tickled that I'm on this side now instead of the bidding side. Oh, he said I'm too aggressive of a bidder. Who's going to give me a 95, 5, 95? Who's going to give me that 95? Who's going to give me a 95? Who's going to give me that 95? 95. Looking for that 95. Last call for 95. Sold to Faith Scott for $90. Now, guys, you might think it's a little strange, but now is the time to actually buy these, especially when we're starting to come up to summertime. This is the Biz Homart recessed and wall-mounted electric fireplace heater. This is DJ31. DJ31. I looked this one up right before we started. Oh my goodness, guys. You're not going to use it yet, but come wintertime, you are going to want to use it. It's going to look amazing on your wall. We're waiting for front desk to pull this up. This is not a small piece of, I don't know if it would be considered equipment or furniture. I'm going to, I have no idea. I didn't know there were more than one size. Hang on. The product measures 40 inches, 17.7 inch, 40 by, is that 40 or 48? That might be 48 by 6.2 by 17.7. Do you have one that measures like that? All right, this is it's over $230 retail, guys. So this is the larger one. Oh my mercy. This is the larger one. The picture that we're showing you right now is the smaller one. The one that we have now is the larger one. Wow. We have a bid of, I'm having to scroll back now, guys. We have a bid of 100 from Ray Davis. Thank you, Ray. Front desk, can you let Terry know what our address is, please? We have a bid of 100 for the recessed and wall-mounted electric fireplace heater. I'm looking for a 110 now. 110. We're looking for a 110. 110, 10, 110, 10, 110, 10. 110, 10, 110, 10, 110, 10, 10. Who's looking for a 110? I'm looking for a 110, looking for a 110. This thing is amazing, guys. I want you to really look at that picture. Holy cow. The fireplace can be easily wall mounted or in wall recessed. Depends on which you like. You can hang it up like a picture or put it into the wall some. It does have the hardware and the accessories included that'll go with that. It's hardwired. It's hardwired and plug-in are allowed. It's got 6 different light intensities for the flame. It's got the ultra high intensity. And it's got the large display glass. It provides you with a warm, modern, lifelike 3-color flame. You've got the different flame effects. You have both heat and flame settings that can be operated through the remote control. This is a safe heater. All right, Marcia, we'll take care of you, hon. We have a bid of 100. Who's going to give me a 110, 110, 110? I'm looking for a 110. Who's going to give me that 110? I'm looking for a 110. Who's going to give me that 110? Looking for a 110, 110. Who's going to give me that 110? Who's going to give me a 110, 110, 110? I'm looking for a 110. Looking for a 110. Derek, this one is the 48 inch. It's 48 inches. So this is the middle sized one. And y'all, I just thought about all the SNL skits that I used to watch and some of the other comedy shows that I used to watch. And I'd see somebody come in and they'd have the low music playing. They'd be bringing in a woman and they hit the They hit the remote control and turn on the electric fireplace. Now that just cracks me up. But we have one outside in our shop, so I like it. Who's going to give me a 110? Looking for a 110, 110. Our timer is counting down. We are less than 20 seconds. If you want it, you got to bid. You got to bid. I'm looking for a 110. I'm looking for a 110. I've got a 110 from Diedrich Thomas. 120. Looking for a 120. 125 from Brian Wayne. Looking for a 135. Last call for 135. We have a 140 from Ray Davis. Sold to Ray Davis for 140. We are now on to DJ32. DJ32. And we've had this TV stand. It's a real pretty TV stand. I think this is the one from Home Depot. This is the one that April actually, April found it for us. Guys, we are going to skip the DJ32. We are skipping the DJ32. We are moving on to the DJ33. DJ33. And this is a Walker Edison 60-inch two-door TV console. It's in pecan. The color is pecan. Or if you're from New York, like my aunt, pecan. This is for the Walker Edison 60-inch two-door TV console and pecan. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25, 5. Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25, 5. Looking for a 25. It does have a middle glass shelf. Looks kind of vintage, just on the picture. On the picture on the box, it looks like the vintage style. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. Oh, yeah. That's what I call the vintage style. It looks like something that my grandma had. And you know that style is back in. This is normally $265. Wow. Honestly, guys, I was not expecting that. This is a mid-century modern two-door TV stand. It comes in pecan. This is for DJ33. DJ33. We have an opening bid of 25. Looking for a 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Looking for a 30, 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Looking for a 30. This is a 60-inch two-door TV console. Pecan. I love the style of this, guys. Looking for a 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Who's 30? Who's 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, 30. That's 3-0, guys. 3-0 enter. 30 is real. That's a steal for this, guys. That is an absolute steal for this. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? We've started our timer, guys. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30. 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 Now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. Looking for that 30. Last call for 30. Sold to Penny Greg for $25. Nice play, Penny. We are moving on to DJ 3-4. DJ 3-4. This is for the Razor E300. The Razor E300. And guys, I did pop this box open because it had nothing on the outside, so I didn't know what it was. This is for the E300 Razor. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25, 5? Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? Looking for a 25. Thank you, Billy. We have an opening bid of 75. Now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Looking for an 80. Deshaun Matthews, we have an opening bid of 75. You got to go way higher. Now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. That's 80, enter. 80, enter. Now 80, now 80, 80, now 80, 80, now. Who's going to give me that 80, 80? Who's going to give me that 80? Now 80, 80, 80, now 80. Now 80, 80, now 80. Who's going to give me that 80? Looking for that 80, guys. Looking for that 80. Who's going to give me that 80? There's the picture, guys. It's the electric scooter 9-inch air-filled tires. You can go up to 15 miles per hour in a 10-mile range. This one is in matte gray. These are so much fun to play on. We have a bid of 80 from Ken Johnson. We now have a bid of 100 from Billy Freeman. Now 110. Now 110, 10, 110, 10. Now 110, 110. Now 110, 10, 110, 10. Now 110. Now 110, 110. Now 110. Just a little bit behind, Kevin. Now 110, 10. Now 110. Now 110. Looking for a 110. Looking for a 110. Now 110. Looking for a 110, guys. These things are so much fun. Give it away as a present to somebody in your family. Put it on Marketplace. Come Christmas time, you know these are going to sell really, really well. Go ahead and purchase it today. Put it up. Resell it at Christmas. Who's going to give me that 110, 110, 110? Who's going to give me that 110? Looking for a 110. Can I have a 30-second timer, please? Who's going to give me a 110, 110? Who's going to give me a 110? Looking for a 110. Who's going to give me that 110? Our timer's running, guys. Our timer is running. Who's going to give me that 110, 110? I'm looking for a 110. Who's going to give me that 110, 110? Who's going to give me that 110? Looking for a 110. Looking for that 110. Andrew, we are working out the logistics on that. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we're going to have shipping down. How about do me a favor? Send me your private message me, DM me your name and your address and your phone number, and I'm going to keep you updated. I mean, I'm still going to keep everybody updated on the auction, but this way that'll give me a better idea of how far out you guys are coming from. We have a bid of 110. We have a bid of 115. All right, guys, last call. Billy, I need you to check your bid there one more time, sweetheart. I'll take it if that's what you want to do. Okay, Billy, thank you. Last call for 115. Braille, do you want to go 120? I'm only doing this because I started talking to Andrew. Last call for 120. Last call for 120. Braille Bell is in for 120. Billy, are you willing to go one more time? If not, last call for 120. Last call for 120. Billy, put your number in correctly. One last time. Last call for 125. Oh, bless your heart. I knew what you're putting. Braille, are you willing to go 130? Are you willing to go 130? Billy, put your number in correctly, hon. Thank you. Braille, are you willing to go 130? Sold to Billy Freeman for 125. We are now on to DJ 35. DJ 35. And this is for the Walker Edison 70-inch Essentials TV stand in traditional brown. This is a Walker Edison 70-inch Essentials TV stand in traditional brown. And this is a traditional style. You've got 6 cubby holes to put all of your electronics. You've got 70 inches of TV space on top. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. Looking for the 25. Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a 25? This is a 70-inch Essentials TV stand in traditional brown. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25. Who's going to start us off at 25? There's the picture, guys. Looking for a 25. This is in the traditional brown. This is normally $209. This fits up to TVs up to 80 inches. Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Can I get a 25? I'm looking for a 25. Who's going to start us off at 25? We have a bid of 25 from Lindsay Gardner. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Guys, this is normally $200. $200 TV stand. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? And keep in mind, you don't have to use it as a TV stand. Put it at the foot of your bed. We have a 30 from April Miller. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? I'm looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 35, 5, 35? I'm looking for a 35. Virginia, if you want it, I need to see a 35, hon. Looking for a 35 now. 35, 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35. Now 35. Now 35, 5, 35. Looking for a 35. Now 35, 5, 35. Now 35. This is a $200 TV stand, guys. 200 whole dollars. Holy cow. It's 70 inches. It'll fit up to an 80-inch TV. We do have our 30-second timer starting, guys. Looking for a 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Now 35, guys, 35. Looking for a 35, guys. Last call for 35. We have a 35 from Penny Gregg. Looking for a 40. Looking for a 40. Last call for 40. Sold to Braille Bell for $40. We are on to DJ36. DJ36. And this is an Innova Health and Fitness inversion table. This is an Innova Health and Fitness inversion table. And guys, if you have any type of back issues, this is what you need. This is for DJ36. Looking for an opening bid of $25. And this is an inversion table. We have a bid of 75 from Billy Freeman. We have 100 from Deshaun Matthews. We are at 100 from Deshaun Matthews. Now 110, 110, 110. Now 110, 110. We have a 125 from Billy Freeman. Now 130, 30. Now 130. Well, actually 135, but I didn't set it now. Now 130, 30. Now 130. Now 130, 30. Now 130. Guys, if you have any type of back issues, if you've pulled your back or if you feel stressed across the neck, lean up against this, strap your feet in, lean back, and let gravity pull your spine and just let all that stress just run right out. It's going to pull your muscles, well, not pull them, but pretty much just stretch. The gravity is just going to just pull all that stress and all away from your spine. We have a bid of 130. Now 140, 40, 140. Who's going to give me that 140? Now 140, guys. Looking for a 140. Now 140, 40. Now 140. Now 140. Thank you, Billy. Now 140. Is anyone else interested for 140? I'm looking for a 140. Now 140. These are amazing to have. Mine's in my den. I keep it behind my couch. See, I don't have a couch. I don't have a sofa table. I have an inversion table. Who's going to give me a 130? Looking for that 130. Oh, I'm looking for 140. My bad. 140, guys. I'm looking for a 140. Can I have a 30-second timer, please? Looking for a 140. Looking for 140, guys. 140. Looking for a 140. Our timer is counting down. Looking for a 140. This is the Innova Health and Fitness inversion table. Last call for 140. Last call, 140. Sold to Deshaun Matthews for $130. Deshaun, you're going to love this thing. I love mine. At one point, I was having to crawl up on this puppy every day. We are on to DJ 37. DJ 37. Now, guys, what this is in here, it is a Marcy recumbent bike, the ME709. This is the ME709 recumbent bike. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25. Now 25, 5, 25, 25, now 25. Now 25, 5, 25, 25, now 25. Looking for a 25. I'm not going to stay long on this one, guys. Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? This is for another recumbent bike. This is the Marcy magnetic resistant recumbent bike. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25, 25, 25. Who's going to give me that 25? There it is, guys. There it is. That's the Marcy. Normally retails for $219. It's got a 4-star rating. Who's going to give me a 25? There's the picture, Sandy. We just put it up. We have a 25 from Sandy Hamilton. Now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, now 30, 30. Penny, if you want it, you got to go 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Penny, if you want it, you got to go higher, hon. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, guys. Looking for a 30. Now 30, 30. Now 30, 30. Now 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Now 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30. Now 30. Now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Ah, thank you, Penny. Sandy, please correct your bid. Lydia Matthews. Sandy Hamilton is in for 35. Thank you, Sandy. Now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40. Sorry, Sheena. I did have the mic muted because we had somebody, I was trying to figure out where something was at for someone. We have a bid of 40 from Sheena. Now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Now 45. I'm so sorry. I need to let y'all know before I do that, don't I? We have a 30-second timer going. Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Now 45. Who's going to give me that 45? 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 Looking for a 45. Looking for the 45, guys. Now 45. Now 45. We have a 45 from Miriam Owens. We have a 45 from Miriam Owens. Penny, if you want it, you got to go to 50. Casey Smith is in for 50. Last call for 55. Last call, 55. Sold to Casey Smith for $50. We're now on to DJ 38. DJ 38. Oh, I'm not looking there. This is for the Linen Home Decor products. This is the Julian counter stool, and you are getting 2 stools. You will be getting 2 stools for this bid. This is the Julian counter stool. It is 18.4 inches wide, 14.25 inch deep, and 24.75 inch high. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for an opening bid of 25. Looking for 25. Looking for 25, 5. Looking for 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? Looking for 25. We have a 25 from Penny Gregg. Now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Looking for a 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30. Remember, guys, this is for the 2 Julian counter stools. We have a 30 from Virginia Alford. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 35? Looking for a 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Looking for that 35, guys. Looking for that 35. Who's going to give it to me? This is for 2 Julian counter stools, 18.4 inches wide, 14.25 inch deep, and 24.75 inch high. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, guys. Looking for a 35. These are really, really nice stools to have. If you have extra guests pop up unexpectedly, or you just have a few extras over, these would be great. Just pull them out and let your extra company have somewhere to sit. You can also use them in your kitchen when you just get tired. Set something down on them. Take them outside. Use them for extra company. Penny, the other bid is Virginia Alford. Her bid's in for 30. She is from YouTube. I don't know why you can't see her. There you go. Can you see her now? We didn't have her highlighted. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Uh-oh. Who's going to give me a 35? Looking for a 35. Huh, that's weird. We do have a Virginia Alford. She is there. I can go up to the computer and actually turn my camera around if you guys want me to show it to you. But we do have someone that bid 30. Can I get a 35? I wonder why you can't see it. That's kind of weird. Huh? What do you see down in the bottom left of your screen? Oh. There you go. Bottom left hand of your screen. There you go. All right. Now I'm looking for a 35, guys, and I'm also going to throw up my timer. I'm looking for a 35. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, 5. Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Penny, do you want to go 35? Kenny, I'm not really sure, hon, because all I'm looking at is the chat screen. So I don't actually look at the picture screen. Do you want to go 35? This is the last call for 35. Last call, 35. Sold to Virginia Alford. All right, thank you, honey. Sold to Virginia Alford for $30. All right, guys, we have a Hampton Bay 10-foot auto tilt umbrella in sky blue. This is on the Hampton Bay 10-foot auto tilt umbrella. It's a sky blue canopy. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? This is DJ39, DJ39, and this is a Hampton Bay 10-foot auto tilt umbrella. Who's going to give me a 25, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25, 25? I'm looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25? I'm looking for a 25. Looking for a 25. We've got the 25 from Marion Owens. Who's going to give me that 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, now 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30, now 30 from April Miller? Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Now 35 from Billy Freeman. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40. Can we highlight Billy Freeman's name, please? Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40. Looking for a 40? Looking for 40, guys. Looking for 40. This is for the Hampton Bay 10-foot auto tilt umbrella, sky blue. It does have a case, as you can see. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? I'm looking for a 40, looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40, guys. Looking for that 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? We have a 40 from Casey Smith. Who's going to give me a 45, 5, 45, 45? Who's Guys, I do have you on mute for a second. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I'm getting asked a question again. We have a bid of 45. Do we have a picture, or can that not be pulled up right now? We've got some heavy cloud cover or something going on out here, guys. We're not able to pull that picture up. I am so sorry. We have a bid of 45. Can I get a 50? This is a 10-foot auto tilt umbrella, sky blue. It's 116 and a half inches diameter and 99.2 inches high. So you've got 116 and a half diameter and right at 100 inches high. Who's going to give me a 50? Who's going to give me a 50, 50? Who's going to give me a 50? And can I get a timer? It does. It feels like it. It has cooled down so much in here. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? I think so. Feels like it. It's got my knee hurting, so I know we're going to have rain somewhere at some time. Our timer is counting. God, I feel so old when I say that. But I broke my knee when I was in my 20s, and ever since then, if it's going to rain, it hurts. Last call for 50. Last call for 50. Sold to Billy Freeman for 45. All right, guys, we are on to DJ40. DJ40. And we're not going to have a picture for this, but you can see it. We have 7 chairs. This is 7 of the high back chairs. They are the sturdy resin, sturdy plastic. We have 7. We do not have an even number. We have 7. Who's going to give me an opening bid of $25? Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25. This is for 7 plastic chairs or resin. We have a 25 from April Miller. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? We have a 35 from Shanna Gregg. Now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. We have a 40 from Casey Smith. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, looking for a 45. Looking for a 45 now, looking for a 45. That's 4, 5, enter. 4, 5, enter, guys, real easy. Virginia Alford is in for 45. Virginia Alford's in for 45. Pamela, if you want it, I need to see a 50. Now, 50, 50 now, 50, 50 now. Now, 50, 50 now, 50, 50 now. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Looking for a 50, looking for a 50, now 50. Who's going to give me that 50? We have a 50 from Shanna Gregg. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55, 5, looking for a 55. Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Shanna Gregg has the bid. Looking for a 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55? Looking for a 55. Looking for a 55. Can I get a timer, please? Who's going to give me a 55? Looking for that 55, guys. 55. 55. Oh, did I just stick my Parker up in front of y'all? I sure did. Sorry. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? We have a 55 from Virginia Alford. Who's going to give me that 60? Now 60, now 60, 60, now 60. Who's going to give me that 60? Shanna, do you want to go 60? Now 60, 60, now 60. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Now 60, 60, now 60, now 60. Who's going to give me that 60? Looking for a 60, now 60. We have a 60 from Ms. Gregg. Now 65, 5, 65, 65, now 65. Now 65, 65, 5, 65. Last call for 65. We have a 65 from Kevin Alford. Last call for 70. We have a 70 from Barbara Gregg. Last call, 75. Last call. Sold to Barbara Gregg for $70. We are now on to DJ41. DJ41. And this is a Milwaukee foldable hand cart. And y'all, I really like the way this one looks and feels. It's got a little bit more weight to it than the other one, so you're going to be able to carry more weight on this one. This is DJ41. DJ41, and this is for the Milwaukee hand cart. Foldable hand cart. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get a 25, 5, 25, 25? Can I get a 25? Looking for a 25, guys. Looking for a 25. Can I get a 25? We have a 25 from Miriam Owens. Can I get a 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30-30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30-30? Who's going to give me that 30? Guys, these things are priceless to have in your home. This one, like I said, is a little more heavy duty, more heavy duty than the first one that you saw earlier. We have a bid of 40 from Tyrone Samuel. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Looking for a 45. Virginia, if you want it, you got to come up some more money, baby. We have a 50 from Regina Price Wilson. Looking for a 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? James, if you want it, you got to go up more. Regina has the bid at 50. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55. Looking for that 55. Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55. Looking for that 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5? Can we highlight Regina's name, please? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55. Regina. And a 30-second timer. Who's going to give me a 55, 5, 55? We have a 55 from James Coker. Who's going to give me a 60? Now 60, 60, now 60, now 60, 60, now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60, now 60. Regina, do you want to go 60? Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Tyrone, do you want to go try to go 60? Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Looking for a 60? Looking for that 60? Who's going to give me that 60 before the timer runs out? Looking for a 60. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? I'm looking for a 60. Thank you, Tyrone. Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Last call for 60. We have a 60 from Regina Price Wilson. Last call for 65. Sold to Regina Wilson for $60. We are now on to DJ 42. DJ 42. And this is a Home Decorators Collection. Merwry, that's MERWRY, 52-inch LED indoor ceiling fan. This is indoor, guys. And just because, I'm going to check. Yep, those blades are black. Does come with a remote control. Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me a 25, 5? Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? We've got a 25 from April Miller. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Yep. We have a 30. Now 35, 5, 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35. We have a 35 from Lizzie Gardner. Who's going to give me a 40? Now 40, 40, now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40, guys. Looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40? We have a 40 from Penny Gregg. Who's going to give me that 45? I'm looking for a 45, 5. Looking for a 45. Looking for that 45. Looking for that 45 now. Looking for a 45. We are now at $40, guys. And way past my timer. Can we get the timer, please? Get it a 45, guys. Looking for a 45? Keep in mind, this is the 52-inch LED indoor ceiling fan. It is in black. It's in matte black. Can I get a 45? Who's going to give me a 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45, 5? Last call for 45. Last call for 45. Sold to Penny Gregg for $40. We are now on to DJ43. DJ43. And it's been just a little while since I've seen this one, guys. This is the Wakefield wall storage. It is in light gray. It's the Wakefield. I wonder why it's doing that. Where's that coming from? Huh. This is the Wakefield wall storage, light gray. We've had these a while back, but I just hadn't seen one in a while. So can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25. Guys, we are unable to pull up the picture, so I'm going to. It is a beautiful piece. I do remember it. If you guys want me to, I can open it and pull it out, but I'm not going to do that unless somebody tells me they want me to. We have an opening bid of 25 from April Miller. Can I get a 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? I'm looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? This is in light gray. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? It's going to look great in your bathrooms. It's going to look great in your rooms. You can use it in whatever room of the house you want to. And who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? I'm looking for a 30, guys. I'm looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. We have a 30 from Virginia Alford. Please highlight Virginia's name. Who's going to give me a 35? Who's going to give me a 35? 5. Casey, if you want it, I need to see a 35. Who's going to give me a 35? Who's going to give me a 35? I'm looking for a 35. Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35, 35, and a 30-second timer, please? Who's going to give me a 35, 5, 35? I'm looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35? April Miller comes in at 35. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40. Last call for $40. Last call, $40. Casey Smith is in for 40. April, 45. Do you want to go 45? Last call for 45. Last call, 45. Sold to Casey Smith for $40. We've now moved on to DJ44. This is DJ44, and this is for the GE Appliances Dehumidifier. This is a 30-pint medium capacity dehumidifier. Thank you, April. This is for the GE Appliance Dehumidifier, 30-pint. It's the medium capacitor. It's got 3 fan speeds. It's got the pocket handles. It's got the LED digital controls and the easy roll hidden wheels. Can I get a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Looking for a 25. 25, 5, 25, 25. Now 25. Keep these in your bathrooms. Keep these in your storage rooms, wherever you have heat and moisture. Keep the mold. Don't let that mold get ahead of you. Keep this in there, and it's going to take all that moisture out of the room. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25? Looking for a 25? We have a 25 from Tammy Paolino. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, now 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. This is regularly $200, guys. $200 regularly. We have a 30 from Miriam Owens. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, 5, 35, 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Looking for a 35, guys. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Keep your house damp free, guys. Oh, I didn't want to say moisture because you got to have some moisture in the air, but you don't want enough to where mold and everything just feels icky. We have a bid of 40. Who's going to give me a 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45. Looking for a 45, 5. Looking for a 45. Who's going to give me that 45? Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Now 45. Got a 45 from Beverly Singletary. Now 50. Now 50, 50. Now 50, 50. Now 50, 50. Now 50, 50. Now 50. Who's going to give me that 50, 50? Who's going to give me that 50? These work great in your bathrooms. These work great in your storage rooms. If you've got a storage room outside in your garage where you keep your hot water heater, this would be great to keep in there. We have a 50 from Stephanie Peoples. Who's going to give me a 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Looking for a 55. Now 55, 5, 55, 55, 55. Who's going to give me that 55? Can I have a timer, please? Who's going to give me that 55, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? We have a 60 from Tammy Paolino. Can I get a 65? We have a 65 from Deborah McBride. Last call for 70. Last call for 70. Sold to Deborah McBride for $70, $65. Sold to Deborah McBride for $65. Y'all, I cannot type and write at the same time today. I cannot talk and write at the same time today. Gosh. All right, we are now on to DJ 45. DJ 45, this is the Hampton Bay Glendale 2 52-inch LED indoor ceiling fan. This one is in oil rubbed bronze finish. This is indoor only. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me an opening bid of 25, 25, 25? Looking for a 25. This is a 52-inch LED indoor ceiling fan. Looking for a 25, 5, 25, 25. Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25, 5, 25. I'm looking for the 25. We have a 25 from Fates. Oh, wait. No. I've got everything jumping. Stephanie Peoples is in for 25. Stephanie has the 25. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now. Stephanie Peoples has the bid. April, if you want it, I need to see a 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Oh, there you go, Kevin. We had no idea. We were asking each other, what is he talking about? I do not have two of these. I don't even have another ceiling fan today. We may have some on the truck because I know there's another pallet back there. I just haven't been able to go all the way down the line yet. We have a 35 from Faith Scott. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40. Looking for 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40, 40. 40, 40, enter, 40, enter. Now looking for 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, 40, looking for 40. We're about to start our timer, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have 15 items left, guys. We have a 40 from Stephanie Peoples. Now 45, 5, 45, now 45. Now 45, 5, 45, 45, now 45. We have a 45 from Faith Scott. Now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50, now 50, 50, now 50. Looking for a 50, now 50, now 50. Looking for a 50. Last call. Well, we got a 50. Last call for 55. We have a 55 from Faith Scott. Last call for 60. Last call. Sold to Faith Scott for $55. We're now moving on to DJ46. DJ46. This is an Everbuilt 10 by 10 red canopy. This is the Everbuilt 10 by 10 red canopy. This is for the red canopy. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25, 5. Looking for a 25. This is 100 square feet of shade, guys. 100 square feet of shade. Now 25. Looking for a 25, 5, 25. Looking for a 25, 5, 25, 25. You can never have enough of these, guys. You will always have people over at your home, and you need to have as many of these as possible. 25. We have a 25 from Billy Freeman. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. We got a 30 from April Miller. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Now 35. Looking for a 35. Now 35. Can I get a 35? Now 35. We got a 35 from Carol Miles. Now, wait a minute. We have a 35 from Shanna Gregg. Shanna Gregg is in first. We have a 45 from Carol Miles. Thank you, Carol. That makes it real easy. We have a 45 from Carol. Now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50. I'm looking for a 50. Looking for the 5-0, 5-0. Looking for the 5-0. 50-50 now, 50-50 now, 50-50 now, 50. Looking for the 5-0. This is for the red Everbuilt Instant Canopy 10 by 10. We have a 50 from Ken Johnson. Now 55, 55, 55, now 55. Now 55, looking for a 55, looking for a 55. Now 55. Now 55, I need to see a 55. Who's going to give me a 55? This does have the central hub. It's got the easy one-hand open and close. It's water resistant. It's durable canopy top. Integrated drain holes to alleviate water ponding. That way you're not going to have to worry about the water coming in through to you. Who's going to give me it? We've got a 60. Now 65, 65. Carol Miles is in for 60. Now 65, 65, 65. Now 65, 65. Thank you, Billy, for letting me know. Carol has the bid at 60. Ken, if you want it, you got to go higher. Now 65, 65, 65. Who's going to give me that 65? Who's going to give me that 65? Ken Johnson's in for 65. Carol, do you want to go 70? Now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Can I get a 30-second timer, please? Now 70. A 70, 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70 before the timer runs out? Looking for that 70, guys. Looking for the 70. Shanna Gregg comes in at 70. Last call for 75. Last call for 75. Sold to Shanna Gregg for $70. Thank you, Ken. All right, guys, we are on to DJ47. DJ47. And this is another Wakefield wall storage in light gray. This is another Wakefield wall storage in light gray. Here you go, April. Casey got the other one. Now you can have this one if the bid is right. Who's going to start me off at 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25. Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. This is for the Wakefield wall storage in light gray. April Miller is in for 25. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? And yeah, y'all are going to take a walk with me because I need my drink. Now 30, 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. There you go, April. Now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30, now 30, now 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Virginia Alford is in for 30. Now 35, 5, 35, 35, now 35. Looking for a 35. Lydia, if you need it, if you want it, I need to see a 35. Guys, the bid is at 30 with Virginia Alford. I need to see 35. Now 35, 5, 35, 35. Who's going to give me that 35? Lydia, April, and Pamela. I need to see a 35. Who's going to give me that 35, 5, 35? Who's going to give me that 35? Who's going to give me that 35, 5? Who's going to give me that 35? I'm looking for a 35 now. Looking for a 35. We have a 35 from Lydia Matthews. Now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40. That's 40, enter. 40, enter. Now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40? 30-second timer, please. We've got the timer counting. Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40, 40, now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40 before the timer runs out? Now 40. Lydia Matthews is in at 35. I'm looking for a 40. Can you go 40? Who's going to give me that 40 first? Now 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? I need to see the 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Looking for a 40. In for 40. Last call for 45. April Miller has the bid at 40. Last call for 45. Sold to April Miller for $40. We are now on to DJ 48. DJ 48. And this one, I hope you were able to figure this one out. This is an armless padded rolling chair, and it's in black. We might have to give front desk a minute on this one. Oh, okay. He's got it. Awesome. This is for an armless padded rolling chair. It is in black. Now we're just going to try to wait until the system actually brings the picture up. Marcia, I can only go by what shows on my screen. April Miller's 40 is in first. We're trying to get that picture up, guys.
Is on. It's been on this whole time.
All right, Marcia, can you see the screen? April Miller's bid is on top of yours. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want you to think that I was fibbing or anything. Okay, thank you, darling. All right, guys, we cannot find it online, so I'm going to open this up real quick because I'm ready to get done with these last few ones. And I want you to see this because it sounds kind of interesting. I mean, it's an armless chair. Ooh. And it's got rollers, so you can scooch around. It does have the rollers. It does have the wheels. Okay, just a regular basic chair. All right, front desk did find it. Now I got to figure out how to put it back. Well, I can't put it back in right now. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? And the base is gold, guys. The base there, I hope you can see it. Looking for a 25. The picture shows white, but our chair here is black. Our chair here is black. Can I get an opening bid of 25? This is for DJ 48. DJ 48. Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? I'm looking for a 25. Who's going to... Pardon me. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25? Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25, 5, 25. This is for DJ 48. Looking for a 25. Looking for a 25, 5, 25, 25. Looking for a 25. We have a 25 from Pamela Perry. Who's going to give me a 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, looking for a 30. Guys, I tell you what, if you happen to know someone or if you are yourself a cosmetologist, it looks like this chair would be perfect. It goes up and down. This would probably be good for you. Looking for a 30. Our timer is up. Our timer is running, guys. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. Last call for 30. Sold to Pamela Perry. Yeah. We're going to go to DJ 49. DJ 49. This is for a dual mount hose reel. It's tan powder coated finish. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Can I get an opening bid of 25? This will hold a hose up to 200 feet. It's heavy duty steel. It's rust resistant. And it has brass fittings. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25? And guys, we are going to stick to our timer. I'm not going to slow down. Pamela, it's already sold, honey. I sold it to you. Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for a 25. This is for the Hampton Bay dual mount hose reel. Tan powder coated finish. We have a 25 from DJ Acosta. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? This will hold up to 200 feet of garden hose. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? I'm looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, guys. Looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, guys. I'm looking for a 30. We've got a 30 from Ken Johnson. Now 35, 5, 35. Now 35, 5, 35. I'm looking for a 35. Looking for a 35. Who's going to give me that 35? We have a 35 from Tracy Korma. Who's going to give me that 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40, now 40, now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40, now 40. Now 40, 40, now 40, 40, now 40, 40. That's 40 enter. 40 enter, guys. Who's going to give me that 40? We've got a 40 from DJ Joey. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? And a 30-second timer, please. Who's going to give me that 45, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for the 45. Our timer's counting, guys. Our timer's counting. It's cooling off here. I can see some clouds rolling. I really don't want to be in a warehouse. Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Who's going to give me that 45, 5, 45, 45? Who's going to give me that 45? Looking for a 45? Last call for 45. Sold to DJ Joey Acosta for $40. Yep. We are moving on to DJ 52. We're skipping a couple of guys. This is DJ 52. This is for the Milwaukee foldable hand cart. This is the Milwaukee foldable hand cart. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for 25, 5, 25, 25. This is the lightweight foldable hand cart. Looking for 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? Looking for 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Looking for 25. Looking for 25. No, Faith, I wouldn't take 50 cents, honey. It's got to be at least 25. Who's going to give me that 25, 5, 25, 25? Who's going to give me that 25? Who's going to give me that 25, 5? Looking for a 25. No sale. Moving on. We're going to go to the Winsome Satori Saddle Counter Stool. This is for 2 stools. This is the DJ 54. DJ 54. This is the Winsome, W-I-N-S-O-M, Satori Saddle Counter Stool. They are in black finish. This is for 2 stools. 2 stools. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for 25, 5, 25, 25. Looking for 25. Who's going to give me a 25, 25, 25? Looking for 25. Looking for 25. Who's going to give me a 25? Who's going to give me a 25, 5, 25, 25? We have a 25 from Penny Gregg. Now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30, now 30. Now 30, 30, now 30. We do have the picture up, guys. These are regularly $89. Now 30, now 30, 30, now 30. Hi, Patricia. Welcome. Now 30. You're not that far from here. Now 30, 30, now 30. It's nice to see you, hon. Now 30, 30, now 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Now 30, 30, now 30, 30. Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30, looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. That's for 2 stools, guys. 2 saddle counter stools. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? I'm looking for a 30. Looking for that 30, guys. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Looking for a 30. Can I get a 30-second timer, please? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Huh? I don't know. I noticed that. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me a 30? DJ Joey, yes, you did. DJ, you did win. DJ 49. You won it for $40. Looking for a 30, guys. I'm looking for a 30. Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Who's going to give me that 30, 30? Who's going to give me that 30? Can I get a 30? Can I get a 30? Can I get a 30? We have a 30 from April Miller. Last call for 35. Penny, do you want to go 35? This is the last call. Penny comes in for 35. Sold to Penny Gregg for 35. This is for the Everbuilt. This is DJ 55. DJ 55. This is the Everbuilt 10 by 10 red canopy. 100 square feet of shade. It's the Everbuilt 10 by 10 Everbuilt red canopy. Can I get an opening bid of 25? Looking for a 25, 5. Looking for a 25. This is for a red canopy, guys. Can I get, we have a 35 from, whoa. Okay, I've got so much going on my screen. Billy Freeman for oh my goodness, for 35. Thank you, front desk. Can I get a 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? I got hung on trying to say 4. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40? I'm looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? This is for the Everbuilt 10 by 10 red canopy. This is 100 square feet of shade, guys. 100 square feet of shade. It's got the central hub, easy one-hand open and close, the water-resistant durable canopy top. It's got the integrated drain holes to alleviate water ponding. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Now 40, 40, looking for a 40. Now 40, 40, now 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40, guys. I'm looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40? Now 40, 40, now 40, 40. Now 40, 40. Who's going to give me that 40? 30-second timer, please. Looking for a 40. Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? We have a 40 from Barbara Gregg. Who's going to give me that 45? Deborah, if you want it, you got to go 45. Who's going to give me that 45? We have a 45 from Billy Freeman. Now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50. Now 50, 50. I do not have any beds today, Marcia. Now 50, now 50, 50, now 50. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50. Looking for a 50. Billy Freeman has the 45. Now 50, now 50, 50, now 50. I probably will have a couple Saturday, though. Now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50. Who's going to give me that 50? Who's going to give me that 50? Last call for 50. Last call for 50. Sold to Billy Freeman for $45. I've already called it, Barbara. Sorry. We are moving on to DJ56. DJ56. This is for the Scott's Elite Reel Mower. This is the Scott's Elite Rear Wheel Mower, Reel Mower, REEL. It's got the 16-inch push reel mower, no gas, no cord, no hassles. It's got the 5-blade ball bearing reel. It's quiet. It's got the scissor action cut. It's got the heat treated blades so they stay sharp longer. It's also an easy height adjustment from a 1/2 inch to 2.5 inches. This is your #1 selling reel mower brand. We have a bid of 25 from Casey Smith. We have an opening bid of 25 from Casey Smith. Can I get a 30? Can I get a 30? Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me a 30? Who's going to give me a 30, 30? Who's going to give me a 30? Looking for a 30, looking for a 30. Who's going to give me a 30, 30? This is great, people. This is awesome to have, especially if you know someone who is older, who can't or don't want to push a push mower. These are very simple to push, especially if they have a small yard. This is excellent. If you have small areas between walkways, this is great. You're not going to accidentally run over and tear up any of your plants. We have a 45 from Carol Miles. Now 50, now 50, 50, now 50, now 50, 50, now 50. Now 50, we got a 50 from Ken Johnson. Now 55, 5, 55, 55. Now 55, 55. Now 55, 55, 55. Now 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 55, 55? Now 55. Looking for a 55? Now 55, 55, 55. Now 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 55, 55? Now 55. Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55? Now 55, 55, 55, 55. Now 55. Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55? We have a 55 from Angela Vasile. Now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60. Now 60, 60, now 60. Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Now 60. Looking for a 60, guys. Looking for a 60. Now 60. Now 60, 60. Now 60, 60. Now 60, 60. Looking for a 60. Like I said, guys, this is excellent for older people, our elders. Let's do it that way. Who don't want to or can't push a push mower, or they don't have a yard large enough for a riding mower. If they have a small yard, this is excellent. Very easy to push. Our rain has started. We are going to put our timer on. We've got our timer on. What? All right. Guys, we're going to do one more item after this because the rain has started out here and we do not want to be stuck in the warehouse. Can I get a 65? Who's going to give me that 65? 5, 65, 65. Who's going to give me that 65? Who's going to give me that 65? Looking for a 65. Who's going to give me that 65? 65. Last call for 65. Sold to Ken Johnson for $60. All right, guys, I'm skipping those three, so we're going to come over here. And this is for a Delta Children's. Delta Children's. This is DJ60. DJ60. I was saving this one for the last one. This is a 6-drawer dresser. It's a 6-drawer dresser. Do we have a picture of this one, Desk? This is DJ60, and this is Delta Children 6-drawer dresser. I'm waiting on the picture to come up. There we go. Look at how lovely that is. This is regularly priced $270. It's got a 4.5 star on Amazon. Well, it looks like 4 3/4. So let's round. We'll just round it up. It's got a 5 star. Normally $270. That is a beautiful piece of furniture. You don't even have to have like a dressing table. Put your dressing pad on top. Keep all of your diapers, wipes, everything right there in the drawers underneath. We have a bid of 35 from Ms. Gregg. Who's going to give me a 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Who's going to give me that 40, 40? Who's going to give me that 40? Looking for a 40. Now I've got a 40 from Penny Gregg. Now 45, 5, 45, 45. Now 45. Who's going to give me that 45? We got a 50 from April Miller. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Who's going to give me that 55, 5? We got a 4. Rosie, if you want it, you got to go more than April. I need to see a 55. Who's going to give me that 55, 5, 55, 55? Who's going to give me that 55? Can we highlight April's name? Who's going to give me a 55, 5? Who's going to give me that 55? Looking for a 55. Guys, I've got a 6-drawer dresser in my granddaughter's nursery at the house. I absolutely love it. We didn't get a changing table. I just didn't feel the need to spend that money on it. I got the dresser. That way we can use it as the changing table. And as she grows, she's got a dresser. We have a bid of 55 from Ms. Gregg. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60, 60? I'm looking for a 60. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Looking for a 60, guys. Looking for a 60. This is a piece of furniture that is going to grow with your baby from birth, probably up to preteens. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60? She may even keep it if you use it for your daughter or your son. My son still has some pieces that he had when he was an infant that he passed down to his daughter. They can pass them down. This could be passed down throughout the generations. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? I'm looking for a 60. Looking for a 60, guys. This is normally a $200+ dresser. $200+. Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? Who's going to give me that 60, 60? Who's going to give me that 60? I'm looking for a 60, guys. Looking for a 60. Looking for a 60. That is a beautiful piece of furniture, guys. Like I said, all you've got to do is put, even if you don't want to use it in your nursery, use it in some other room in your house. You don't have to use it for children. You could even put it at your front door for your entryway. Use it in your dining room as a small console. Put your linens in it. Use it for whatever you want to. I just got hooked on it because, I have a nursery at home, so I'm buying everything for the nursery. We now have 60. Virginia Alford is in for 60. Now 65, 5, 65, 65. Now 65, 65, 65. Now 65. Who's going to give me that 65, 65? Who's going to give me that 65? I'm looking for a 65, 5. Looking for a 65. Looking for a 65, 5. Looking for a 65. Looking for a 65. We have a 65 from Ms. Gregg. Now 70, 70. Now 70. Now 70, 70. Now 70. Now 70, 70. Now 70. That's 7-0 enter. 7-0 enter. Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Looking for a 70, guys. Looking for a 70. Who's going to give me that 70? Like I said, you don't have to use it in your kid's room. You don't have to use it in the baby's room. You can put it at the front door. Use it as an entry table. Put it in your dining room. Use it as a small console table. Put it in your room. Give it to a child that's going away for college. This will still work for them. This is a 6-drawer dresser. Can I get a 65? Now 70. Now 70, 70, now 70. Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? We're putting our timer up, guys. We're putting the timer up. It has cooled off tremendously here. I'm loving the breeze, but I'm not loving the gray that I'm seeing. Who's going to give me that 75 or 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? Who's going to give me that 70, 70? Who's going to give me that 70? We have a 70 from April Miller. Now 75. We have a 75 from Deborah McBride. Now 80. Now 80. Ms. Gregg, if you want it, I need to see an 80. Now 80. Now 80, 80. Deborah McBride is at 75. Now 80. I need to get an 80. Who's going to give me that 80? Ms. Gregg is in for 80. Ms. Gregg is in for 80. Evan, if you want it, I need to see an 85. Who's going to give me that 85? Ms. Gregg is in for 80. Evan, if you want it, I need to see an 85. Who's going to give me that 85? We have an 85 from Barbara. Last call for 90. Evan, last call. Deborah, last call. $90. $90, last call. Barbara Gregg is in at 85. Last call for 90. 90. April Miller. Sold to April Miller for 90. Sorry, Barbara, I already called sold. Sold to April Miller for $90. I'd already called it. April Miller. All right, guys, that's going to be our conclusion for today. If you are out and about and if it's storming on you, please drive careful. Take care of yourselves. As always, I love doing this with you guys, and I'm hopefully to improve much better. I'd also like to add one more thing. If we do not have your name and address and phone number, if you could, please send us a DM and let us have that information so that we can update our system. That way will also help when we do roll out the shipping program. One last thing. We do have some items that have been here for over a week. We do have some items. We need them out, guys. I have nowhere to put my sold items and I don't want to lose them. We are going to have to start charging $25 a week. We have some items in here that were purchased at the beginning of April. Please remember you have 7 days to come pick up your items. If you are not able to, give us a holler and we'll try to work something out with you. As always, guys, have a great afternoon. Love you. Peace out.